There's nothing wrong with having status, but what is it to a people to have all the status in the world, but have no standards to stand upon? Well, this was the case for a new group of middle-class blacks, as explained by author and sociologist Dr. E. Franklin Frazier in his book right here called Black Bourgeoisie, which was published in 1957. And so this area of critique on this particular group of blacks, it took place in the field of education and in teaching. So what I want you to do is follow along right now so we can see how these blacks traded in standards for status. So here we go. So starting on page 71, it says this: the missionaries from New England who founded the first schools for Negroes in the South left the imprint of their Puritan background upon Negro education. So these missionaries were a Christian Protestant group who helped establish the Negro education in the South after the Emancipation. Although by 1830, Puritanism in New England had begun to decline, it was still a dominant force in the lives of people. For example, in 1830, employers in New England were able to oppose the reduction of the number of hours of labor to 10 hours on the ground that too much leisure time would encourage vice among workers. As the result of the influx of European immigrants in the Civil War, New England, and in fact the United States as a whole, began to discard its prudery and puritanical morals. But the missionaries who came from New England represented the native English stock and were imbued with the Puritan tradition. So New England as a whole was already starting to creep away from these old traditional values. But this particular stock who went to the South, they were still immersed in that same traditional type of culture. As a consequence, they maintained a strict surveillance over the conduct of their Negro students in order to stamp out any tendency towards frivolous or immoral conduct. Because of the system of social control in these missionary schools, it was not difficult to maintain an atmosphere of piety. All the students were required to attend chapel once or twice a day. At the chapel exercises, they heard the reading of the Bible, which was followed by a prayer. Generally, some lesson was drawn from the scripture in order to show its application to their lives. Visiting speakers who appeared at the chapel exercises were selected with a view to seeing that their talk would fit into the spirit of the school. As a result, representatives of the Young Men's Christian Association or Young Women's Christian Association and similar organizations proved to be the most eligible speakers for such occasions. The pious teachings at chapel exercises were reinforced in weekly prayer meetings. The whole emphasis of these various meetings was to give the students a sentimental and moral as opposed to a rational and scientific outlook on life. Moral behavior meant that the students were not to dance, smoke, or play cards. In some schools, a concession was made to the desire on the part of the students to dance by permitting them to march on social occasions. But a strict surveillance was maintained in order to prevent any steps that would be surreptitious dancing. Surreptitious meaning doing it in secret. They didn't want them to secretly dance, so they kept a close eye on them. In such an environment of piety, it was natural that chapel services on Sunday were especially important and that the students should spend the day as quietly as possible, even refraining from light or frivolous conversation. Many industrial schools maintained an atmosphere as pious as the colleges, and when the Negroes themselves began to assume control of their schools, they tried to maintain the same tradition of piety. At Tuskegee Institute, which was always under the control of Negroes, education of the black bourgeoisie, the tradition of piety was almost as strong as Hampton Institute, which was under white control. So it looks like they had a system in place to direct the character of the Negro in a particular direction, right? And they were using the Bible and using some of the stories in there to help do this, right? And so they were trying to eliminate some of the habits that the Negro had picked up and passed along that came from the slave culture. So let's continue going. At the chapel exercises, moral conduct, which included refraining from playing cards, was stressed by Washington, who said, and this right here is talking about Booker T. Washington, who said, "Do not play cards." Now, what's wrong with playing cards, you might ask? Let's see how they viewed it. Playing cards, you will insist, is no more harmful than playing dominoes or croquet. But it is a fact undeniable that playing cards leads to something more harmful than either of the games I have just mentioned. And just to add, the Negroes picked up the card playing and dominoes from the Southern rednecks. The ancestors that came from West Africa, they didn't bring dominoes over to the Americas with them. The Southerners brought that over with them coming from Europe, right, where they were said to have played those games over extended periods of time, along with getting drunk and rolling the dice, right? You can read this in Dr. Grady McWhiney's account in the book called The Cracker Culture on page 132, right? And so let's continue going. Card playing has a history and is the experience of men who understand crime, who understand civilization in all its grades, that card playing has been the source of any number of crimes. It leads to late hours, bad company, a betting proclivity, and finally, it leads to the using of other people's money. So card playing was linked to criminal activity in the minds of the people at that time, and also being caught up in debt, which was why they wanted the Negroes to relinquish their interest in that type of activity. Let's keep going. In the pious atmosphere of this missionary school, the students were found to be listless and without any desire to learn, which makes sense because they came from a culture, or they inherited a mindset that did not value education, right? Let's continue. There was some resentment among the students against the system of control, but on the whole, they submitted silently for fear of losing an opportunity to secure an education. They seemed to suffer from an unjustified fear that if they did not exhibit a spirit of cheerful gratitude towards the white Northerners, they would be expelled from the school. The only concession that was made to the Negroes' culture was that the students were required to sing spirituals for the white visitors. But though the school was saturated with religious feeling, the required religious activities were designed to wean them from the religious emotionalism of the Negro. Now, what's the religious emotionalism of the Negro? It's the hooting and hollering that many of the black churches still do today. That intense emotionalism to religion that was developed by the blacks during slavery as a means to cope with their environment and to cope with the circumstance that they found themselves in. So these schools were designed to get them to relax a little bit, right? To chill out and not be so emotional when they talk about God or when they pick up a Bible or something, right? Let's continue. The graduates of this college would teach, as this European rightly observes, what little they knew to real Negroes whom they did not know. In the pious environment of the colleges, the students were taught to be industrious and thrifty, wasting neither time nor money. So they were taught to work hard, save money, and not to sit around and become idle, right? And to do idle things. The regimen and discipline of these colleges were designed to teach these ideals. Moreover, because of the close association of teachers and students, the students learned by the example set by their teachers as well as by precept. Also, the literary training given by these schools was represented in the habits, enjoyments, and ideals of their teachers. In the industrial schools, the ideal of thrift was tied up with labor. Booker T. Washington has regarded the teaching of the dignity of labor to be one of the primary tasks of industrial education. There was one point on which the proponents of industrial education and higher education were agreed. The Negro student should strive to be respectable. And isn't becoming a respectable person something that every human should strive for? I think so. Here we go. As we have seen, Du Bois has said that the best of the race should guide the mass away from the worst. And that's referring to Du Bois's idea of the talented 10th, where he believed that the top 10% of the Negroes should be developed as much as possible, and then from there they should be a beacon of light to the masses of the Negroes, right, to help them lift themselves up. Let's continue. And Booker T. Washington, who always counseled his students against the shiftlessness and rude behavior of Negroes, told them in one Sunday evening talk, there is a beauty, a transformation, as it were, a regeneration that takes place in the physical makeup of a young man or young woman who gets into the habit of living on the high side of life rather than on the low side. And the low side is talking about the pits, which is filled with struggle, crime, misfortune, and a miserable life. And the high side would be the opposite of that, right? Let's continue. Negro students were supposed to be differentiated in their morals as well as in their manners from the Negro masses, which tells you that the Negro masses, or the great majority of the Negroes at that time, were known to have substandard morals, and they wanted their students to be different from them, right? In other words, they had different expectations for these students. Let's continue. For that reason, they were not to indulge in the religious emotionalism of the black masses. In some cases, the core of the student bodies of the schools founded by the missionaries consisted of the children of Negroes, predominantly mulattoes, who were free before the Civil War. It was not difficult to get the children of this favored group, which was differentiated from the ex-slaves by education and general culture, to conform to the standards of respectability. You see that? These were students who did not inherit the slave culture, the slave mentality, and the slave mannerisms, which made a world of a difference, because that means that they did not have to try as hard to conform to the school standards and expectations, which was probably because they most likely had already been raised with many of those standards. Here we go. But where the school drew their student bodies more largely from the masses of freedmen, this is talking about the descendants of the newly freed slaves, a strict discipline was necessary in order to inculcate and maintain standards of respectability. That's the countercurrent of energy that's working against them, because they inherited a culture that was completely opposite of what the school was trying to teach them and the values that the school had for them. And so the staff had to work much harder, and they had to use much more energy to get them up to that standard. First, students were taught to speak English correctly and thus avoid the ungrammatical speech and dialect of the Negro masses. They were expected to be courteous, speak softly, and never exhibit the spontaneous boisterousness of the ordinary Negroes. In other words, they were expected to become a new person, which everyone has the ability to do because all humans possess the same characteristics. It's just that certain groups, they express certain characteristics more than the other group does, right? But anyone could learn to be any characteristic. They can learn to be courteous, right? Excuse me. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate your help, right? And anyone can learn to be rude, right? Shut up. You're stupid. You're dumb. Each characteristic is in every human to some degree. And like I said, some express them more than others. Let's continue. When they walk down the street, people should be able to say, there goes a ex-college girl or boy. So they wanted to create a clear distinction between the Negroes that went to these types of schools and the Negro masses, right? The other ones out there. And this was done by developing the character, changing the behavior, and also changing the mannerisms. To be detected in immoral sex behavior, especially if the guilty person was a woman, meant expulsion from the school, right? They're not trying to get this behavior pattern to infiltrate and infect the environment that they have set up. So if you got caught doing it, you're out of here. Let's continue. It was only the common Negroes who engaged in premarital and unconventional sex relations. That behavior was supposed to be only something that a typical Negro was supposed to be involved in, not something that a person who went to these schools was involved in, right? Different expectation, different culture that they're trying to develop. Let's continue. The graduates of those schools were to go forth and become the heads of conventional families, right? So these were some of the expectations that the northern missionaries and other cultured Negroes had for these selected groups of Negroes that they were training in these colleges. Now, what I want you to watch is what happened next when the times changed, right? This is very important, a very important piece of Black American history for you to be familiar with. So here we go. It says this: the mass migration of Negroes from the South during and following the First World War affected the education of the Negro as it did other phases of his life. Because as some of us know, the vast majority of the Negroes, they still lived in the South in the early 1900s. In the book, he talks about 90% still lived in the South. And most of these Negroes, they were the agents or the carriers of the slave culture. And as the opportunities became more available for them to go into other parts of the country, they began to migrate, right? And obviously, they took that mentality along with them. And so it says this: when hundreds of thousands of Negroes who had migrated to northern cities gained access to the same education as whites, the controversy concerning the relative merits of industrial education and higher education lost its significance. And so from here, let's jump over a couple pages to get more insight into what happened. In 1926, the first Negro was elected president of Howard University. The Atlanta University system was set up under a Negro president. Negro students, as well as teachers, were demanding that their schools be placed under Negro administrators. The election of Negro administrators in Negro colleges represented to a certain extent a revolt against missionary education. But the transformation which was occurring indicated something more fundamental than a change from white to Negro administration. The entire orientation and aim of higher education of Negroes was changing. It was natural that as a result of the revolt against missionary education, these institutions would lose much of their piety. So here we go. Dancing, card playing, and smoking ceased to be deadly sins, and requirements concerning chapel attendance were modified, right? Only in the smaller and isolated schools did the tradition of piety linger. Now, why did it linger there? Because they were isolated and didn't have that much of an influence from these other folks coming in. There was less talk about thrift and the dignity of labor. Respectability became less a question of morals and manners and more a matter of the external marks of a high standard of living. You see that? The culture shifted from the inner work and the development of morals and standards to that of a focus more on the outer appearance and the outer importances and especially material possessions. Watch this. As the children of the Negro masses have flooded the colleges, it was inevitable that the traditional standards of morals and manners would have to give way. Now remember, the Negro masses were the carriers of the slave culture, and since it was way more of them, they carried a way larger mass of energy with them that shifted the culture, right? If it was like 10 or 20 of them, then their influence would most likely not have been so great. But it was hundreds of thousands of them, as Dr. Franklin states, right? Now let's see what they brought with them. These children of the peasants had no particular interest in learning to speak correctly, nor in cultivating the gentility of their predecessors who had come under the strict discipline of northern missionaries. The blacks with the slave culture, they had no desire to learn English properly, nor to change their values. And what's worse than trying to get people to do something that they don't truly want to do? Let's continue. Many of them, having come from a background of disorganized family life, were strangers to the traditional puritanical morality of these schools. A chance for a college education represented for them the chief means of achieving social and economic mobility. The colleges had to make concessions to their poor educational and social backgrounds. But the children of the Negro masses were not primarily responsible for the change in the character of the Negro college. The outlook and aims of the colleges changed in response to the aspiration and values of the second generation of Negro college students and their Negro teachers who were imbued with the middle class values. So the second generation of the Negro masses and their teachers are who played the biggest part in the change of the college culture, right? They had the middle class values, which we talked about. It consisted of more material things. And on top of that, they still had the slave values, right? Which they had inherited. And when you put those two together and blended it, this was the result that came. Unlike the missionary teachers, the present teachers have little interest in making men, but are concerned primarily with teaching as a source of income, which will enable them to maintain middle-class standards and participate in Negro society. See, they were all about money, materialism, and status. According to Dr. Fraser, they didn't care about making men for the future. They cared about themselves and keeping a certain status. Let's continue. It appears that the majority of them have no knowledge of books, nor any real love of literature. And why is that? Because the slaves were cut off from knowledge. It was illegal for them to read. So they developed a slave culture which did not include a high value placed on books. And they passed on that culture to their generations. Let's continue. Today, many of the teachers of English and literature never read a book as a source of pleasure or recreation. Now remember, he said that they were doing this job just to get paid and also to maintain a certain status. So they were just going through the motion and they didn't really have a passion for education and for learning. Let's continue. They go through a dull routine of teaching literature or other college subjects to listless students, many of whom cannot read. The second and third generation of Negro college students are as listless as the children of peasants. Again, listless meaning unenthusiastic and unmotivated. And he says the second and the third generation were just as listless as the children of the peasants. Let's continue. The former, meaning the second generation, are interested primarily in the activities of Greek letter society and social life, while the latter, meaning the third generation, are concerned with gaining social acceptance by the former. Both are less concerned with the history or the understanding of the world about them than with their appearance at the next social affair. The girl with a peasant or working class background may be irritated by her mother's inability to buy an expensive party dress. But what can be expected when the dean of women has instructed her to tell her mother that she must have the dress at any sacrifice? So teachers and students alike are agreed that money and conspicuous consumption are more important than knowledge or the enjoyment of books and art and music. There's an example of the pressure to conform. They had created an environment where the herd mentality says that people should place more value on buying material things rather than understanding the world around them and on books. And since most people naturally don't like to stand out, it makes them simply conform. Let's continue. Thus, it has turned out that the Negro higher education has become devoted chiefly to the task of educating the black bourgeoisie. The United Negro College Fund, which was started in 1944, provides the small sum of about $2 million for 32 Negro colleges. This is a gesture of the part of white America expressing its approval of middle-class education for Negroes behind the walls of segregation. Sometimes the appeal to white America is made on the sentimental grounds that the schools receiving financial support are educating the children of slaves who are thirsty for knowledge, which will enable them to become men, which we see wasn't true according to the account of Dr. Frazier. They weren't thirsty for knowledge. What they were thirsty for was for money and for status. Watch this. But the present generation of Negro college students, who are not the children but the great-grandchildren of slaves, do not wish to recall their past. As they ride to school in their automobiles, they prefer to think of the money which they will earn as professional and businessmen. For they have been taught that money will bring them justice and equality in American life, and they propose to get money. There we go. So I want to thank you for watching all the way until the end. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world.
White liberals in many roles as intellectuals, politicians, celebrities, judges, teachers have aided and abetted the perpetuation of a counterproductive and self-destructive lifestyle among black rednecks.
And these people aid in perpetuating black culture because they have found a way to capitalize off of it. And also because they see blacks as being permanent victims who are incapable of being self-reliant, responsible, and independent people, as we'll see as we continue reading in the book Black Rednecks and White Liberals by Dr. Thomas Sowell.
The welfare state has made it economically possible to avoid many of the painful consequences of this lifestyle that forced previous generations of blacks and whites to move away from the redneck culture and its values.
The welfare state has allowed many black people to continue in counterproductive ways and then get rewarded for doing so. And so many blacks, they have become generationally reliant on the welfare system.
Lax law enforcement has enabled the violent and criminal aspects of this culture to persist, and non-judgmental intellectual trends have enabled it to escape moral condemnation.
A lot of people talk about how they are non-judgmental, and that's a scheme because we all judge, right? The only difference is that a lot of people judge and they keep their judgments to themselves. There's only a few people that are speaking out and calling a spade, right? And so if you don't let people know what they can do to fix themselves, then what happens is that they continue thinking that they're doing the right thing, right? And so over here we judge, right? And in the open too, right? But the thing is, it's never to try to tear somebody down or try to hurt somebody's feelings. It's to genuinely help people that desire to be helped, right? It's tough love.
As far back as 1901, W.E.B. Du Bois, while complaining of racial discrimination against blacks, also condemned indiscriminate charity for its bad effects within the Black community.
Indiscriminate charity, from my understanding, is like giving away money and other resources to people, no matter what those people are going to do with it. And so this creates a dependency, which was one of the last things that Black people needed more of during that time, and still don't need more of during this time today.
In a later era, the burgeoning welfare state, especially since the 1960s, has spread an indiscriminate charity in both money and attitudes that has given the Black redneck culture a new lease on life.
And that's one of the reasons why it was harmful in some respects, because when someone just keeps giving you something, then it removes the necessary pressure that forces people to have to change and adapt. And so in this case, it allowed Black people to continue being Black.
Intellectuals have been particularly prominent among those who have turned the Black redneck culture into a sacrosanct symbol of racial identity.
Intellectuals, according to Dr. Thomas Sowell, are people whose finished products are ideas, right? Not how those ideas work out in the real world as a final product, but the idea itself is the final product. And so one of the ideas that they perpetuate is that the counterproductive Black culture is a sacred symbol of the Black race, right? And basically it needs to be protected as if it were some kind of ancient artifact, right? And now these ideas, they sound good to a lot of Black people because they interpret this as meaning that they can stay the way that they are. But what they don't understand is that these have lasting harmful effects on both them and their future generations. And so these intellectuals, they're not so much worried about this, right? What they're worried about is sounding intelligent and appearing as if they have done a good deed.
This includes both Black and white intellectuals, though the latter predominate numerically and in terms of influence through the media and academia.
Both of them are doing it, right? I realized some years ago that most of the Black leaders and the organizers, they have sold out the Black community for their own gain, right? They'll tell Black people whatever they think that Black people want to hear, and then they'll capitalize off their ignorance to stay in power. And so what they do is they'll tell Black people that it's okay to keep doing what they're doing while they take themselves, their family, and their kids, and they raise them in a completely different life that's vastly different from the Black culture, right? And these are what I call the pit keepers, right? And anyone else that's telling Black people to continue with counterproductive attitudes and practices that keep them in the pit, those are pit keepers too.
Intellectuals have promoted misconceptions of history, misreadings of contemporary life, and counterproductive notions of how to prepare for the future. By projecting a vision of a world in which the problems of Blacks are consequences of the actions of whites, either immediately or in times past, white liberals have provided a blanket excuse for shortcomings and even crimes by Blacks.
Keeping Black people in the mindset of being victims, right? Making them feel like everything is the white man's fault, and basically just sucking away all of their power to be independent and self-reliant, right? When Blacks blame all their problems on the whites, what they're essentially saying is that they can't fix themselves until white people come along to do it for them, right? And this is one of the reasons why that Jesus doctrine is so appealing to a lot of Black people, right? Because there's a groups of them out there that think that Jesus is going to return and fix all of their problems for them, right? And that's not going to happen, right? Let me be clear and say it again. That's not going to happen, right? Everybody at some time has fallen into the pit, and what they all have done is they have pulled themselves out of the pit. Not someone coming from outer space in spaceship with millions of angels coming to rescue people. That's not how it works.
The very possibility of any internal cultural sources of the problems of Blacks have been banished from the consideration by the fashionable phrase, blaming the victim.
The main problem today is the culture, right? And these intellectuals are doing everything but pointing out the obvious. And so they want people to continue seeing themselves as victims. And what I'm saying is that you have to stop seeing yourself as a victim, and you have to stop blaming, right? Because that's the only way that you're going to get the power that you need to elevate to a level that has never been seen before.
But no one can be blamed for being born into a culture that evolved in centuries past, even though moving beyond such a culture may do more for future advancement than blaming others or seeking special dispensations.
It's time for those who are ripe to move forward and advance in this final phase of freedom, because blaming others for everything, that's an old worldview and is being tossed out right now, right? Taking responsibility for your own actions and taking responsibility for your own decisions, that's the new frequency, and this is going to help you climb out of the pit and enter into the free world where life is much better and it makes more sense. And so this is the end of part 12 commentary on the book here, Black Rednecks and White Liberals by Dr. Thomas Sowell. And I want to thank you for watching all the way until the end. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world. White Over Black, American Attitudes Towards the Negro, 1550 to 1812. This here is a book that we're going to be discussing in this series, and we're going to be breaking it down and doing some commentary on it. And this book here was written in 1968 by the American historian Dr. Winthrop D. Jordan, a PhD from Brown University. Now, this book here is a highly esteemed book in regards to the topic of race, because it addresses some of the earlier attitudes that developed regarding people who were different in physical characteristics. And so this is a great starting point for the topic of race, because it covers a lot of ground, and also it goes in depth in many of the aspects that relate to the topic of race. And so most importantly for us is to be able to look at the information contained within this book and also the other books through a certain lens. Therefore, we can extract meaning from the text and then use that knowledge and information to do something about it, right? Because it's not useful if you just grab a bunch of information and you just sit there and have a library of information stored in your mind. So the idea is to extract information and then put it to use, practical use. And so that's what we're going to be doing. That's the purpose of these lessons and for bringing out the information. Now, when opening up the book here, White Over Black, American Attitudes Towards the Negro, 1550 to 1812. What we do is we run into a chapter 1, starting off with the first impressions of the English towards the continental Africans that they came across. And so one of the first important figures that is discussed in this book is a guy named Richard Hakluyt. And Richard Hakluyt compiled what is known as the Principle of Navigation, Voyages, Traffics, and Discoveries of the English Nation, and which is a compilation of various travelers' accounts of traveling throughout the world and creating these narratives that they brought back to England, right, on what the English travelers saw. So in the 1550s, that's when you get some of the first narratives of the English traveling over to the continent of Africa. And the purpose of them traveling to the continent was not to go and grab slaves. They went over there to trade with the natives. And they weren't over there seeing those people through the lens of enslaving them, conquering them, and stealing their minds. Now, you had the Portuguese that were already involved with stealing minds and enslaving those native Africans. But this is the English intent was not that at this particular time. It wasn't until the 1600s when the English got involved in the enslaving practice. And what we'll find out later on is they took it to another level and they mastered the enslaving process, enslaving, taking minds of people and creating other types of people to be slaves, right? And their descendants. And we'll learn about that later on. And so the English at this time, in these early contacts, like I said, we're not looking at the Africans as someone to be enslaved, but rather strange types of people. What does that mean? They were looking at them strange because they were unchristian, and also they had customs that were un-English, and also the skin color, which was a very, very important part of the narratives that were brought back to the English readers. And so when the English came across those Africans with this rich brown skin color, this was something that they became immediately obsessed with, right? This was like an anomaly. This was something like to marvel about. And so what ended up happening, in my opinion, is that they began hallucinating, right? You're seeing people with different skin colors that are basically very different from what you're used to seeing, because the English had very little contact with, with people of this type of color up until this point. And so they're seeing people with this rich brown skin color, and then it appears to be that there's hallucinating and exaggerating what the skin color is, and they started creating these narratives about seeing people with black skin, right? And so this is how Dr. Winthrop describes it.
Englishmen actually described Negroes as black, an exaggerated term which in itself had powerful impacts upon their perceptions. Even the people of Northern Africa seemed so dark that Englishmen tended to call them black and let further refinements go by the board. Blackness became so generally associated with Africa that every African seemed a black man.
So you can see him writing in here, he's saying that English actually, it's almost like when I'm looking at this writing, it's almost like he's like shocked that they actually described the Africans as black. He couldn't believe it. It actually did that, right? And he's calling it an exaggerated term because obviously we know that it's an exaggerated term. I'm saying that they're hallucinating the term, right? They're hallucinating what they're seeing, right? Because it's so, it's so different, right? And so it's appearing to them that they're seeing something that's black when it's not. And so the reason why I would think even more that it's hallucinating is because they tended to call all the people over there in Africa as black, right? And you go to the North African regions, you can clearly see that that's not a black person, right? It's not even close to being black. Many of those people that live in North Africa, right? And so they're exaggerating these terms, and people still today, they believe in these hallucinated accounts, and they can look at their skin color, even though their eyes tell them something different, they still refer to themselves as black. And this is where this stuff is coming from, right? The English traveler tales, which are going over to Africa and creating these reports. And obviously, once people start to believe these things and this becomes the common assumption and the common belief, then everyone starts to jump in and pile into this belief and assume that it's true when it's absolutely not, right? And so it's important to understand this. First and foremost, that we're starting with a shaky foundation of truth, that people are not walking around with black skin. It's very rich brown skin, right? Very rich brown skin, to the highest degree, but it's not black. This is black, right? And people aren't walking around with this color of a skin tone. Okay, so we have the English who are seeing this and they're marveled by this skin color, and they're exaggerating the skin tone. As we see Dr. Winthrop D. Jordan, he can clearly see, and you can clearly see yourself when you go and look, right? Especially if you're someone who calls yourself a black person. You can easily just look down and see, okay, that's obviously not black. Then further questions should be able to arise. Why am I calling myself a black person? Right? And this is some of the reasoning going into it. And there's more, which we'll learn about later, right? When we're talking about continuing the narrative of creating perpetual slaves and creating someone and diminishing someone's humanity. So it wasn't until the 1600s when you started to get other narratives coming to the from the English into the continent of Africa and correcting some of these narratives and describing the people a little bit more accurately, right? They weren't calling the North Africans black, so they changed that out, and they'd call them colors like tawny, and they would also call them some of them brown. But there was one thing that they would not stop doing, and that was calling the people in West Africa black. They wouldn't budge on that one, right? And so Jordan Winthrop says this.
In England, however, the initial impression of Negroes was not appreciably modified. The firmest fact about the Negro was that he was black.
And that's why he's putting the black here in quotations, because obviously he just mentioned it was an exaggerated term. But the firmest fact, understand that the English were not going to let go, is that we have seen black people, and they were already obsessed in their culture with these ideas of blackness and whiteness, right? This is where we get these ideas from today, the blackness and the whiteness ideas, and these two contrary ideas and polarized concepts. And so they already had that in their culture, and then they're not willing to let it go at this point. They, in their mind, have seen a black person, and it was firm. Right? No matter how rich you can show, hey, this is a person that's brown skinned. Nope, that's a black person. That's in their mind. And you can still see it today, how that mindset has transferred over into people who identify themselves now as black. They can clearly see that it's not that, but in their mind, they won't budge from it. They think that it's black too. Right? And so this is where this stuff is stemming from. An old English mindset transplanted into other people from today. Right, that's how this trail has carried itself along all the way up until today's time. Right, so the firmest fact was that he was black. They fixed the other interpretations and describing the other Northern Africans as being black. They say, no, that's not that. They're going to call them other colors, tawny and brown and other things. But the Negro from West Africa, and you can look at pictures of people from West Africa, you can see clearly that these people are not black, right? You can see that. And you can see people here today in the United States of America. You can clearly see that the richest brown skin, someone like Wesley Snipes, or Akon, that these people are clearly not this, right? Black, right? So these are ideas that we have to deal with, right? And this is why it's important when we're going through this book. And so, like I mentioned, the English culture had already had ideas and concepts about the colors of black and white. And so the English ideas and culture had blackness as something that was a symbol of all the degrading concepts, all the evil and debased concepts were used and pretty much packaged in this idea of blackness, right? Because black in itself just is a color. It's just a color. It's not until the humans start infusing it with meanings, then it starts to take on different meanings and symbols, right? And so this is what we see the English doing. And then we also have the ideas and the concepts that are to express all things positive, things that are supposed to be looked at as good, things that are uplifting, things that are, what someone would term like a godlike. Those things were lumped and symbolized in the concept of white, right? And so you have two contrasting ideas here. And this is in the mind already of the English as they're going over into the African continent, right? And so they're taking this idea and they're placing it on the Africans, right? And it has these loaded, intense meanings in here. Watch, and this is what Dr. Winthrop says.
White and black connoted purity and filthiness, virginity and sin, virtue and baseness, beauty and ugliness, beneficence and evil, God and the devil. So
understand clearly that this color here, black, in the English culture has these intense meanings that are aligned with this, right? And lumped into this color, right? Meanings placed into them. The devil being one of them, evil being another one, right? You can look in the dictionary to find many of these things. Sinister, wicked, demons, all those things are lumped into this. Sorrow and sin, unlucky, malicious, all those ideas come from the English mind packed into these, this symbol here as black. And then they're taking that idea of this blackness and they're lumping it on people who have rich brown skin. And then getting people to believe that this black and all these ideas that are associated with the blackness is attached to these people with the rich brown skin. Now, the people with the rich brown skin, the Africans at that time, they didn't have these ideas about these concepts. They didn't look at their skin as a black and something to be looked at as devilish, demonic, something malicious, wicked. They didn't have these ideas and these concepts. It's not until the English brought those over there that they begin to see it from that lens.
Many accounts of Africa reported explicitly that the Negro's preference in color was inverse to the Europeans. Even the Negro's features were conceded to be appealing to Negroes.
And what else is there to expect, right? Obviously, if people are living amongst each other and they have similar skin tones, they also have similar physical features, obviously there's no room to really debase anything, right? Everyone has the same thing. It's just a skin color, right? So they didn't have these ideas of a certain skin tone being attached to something that was bad or the devil or evil, right? That's not until the English came with those ideas and then transplanted those ideas into people, right? And which we still see today. Now, from some of the earlier contacts of people with fair skin coming in contact with people of rich brown skin, there have been some curiosity about what is the cause of people having rich brown skin. And so you see this account starts out as a smaller curiosity in the ancient Greeks and then developing all the way up until the English, which have, basically this obsession. And so when you go to the ancient Greek accounts, Dr. Winthrop says that there's the Greek fable with Phaeton driving the sun chariot through the heavens. And as he's going crazy, he accidentally basically turned the Ethiopians from a fair skin into a rich skin type of people, right? That was their explanation to deal with the curiosity of the differences in the skin tone, right? Then you also have Ptolemy in the Greeks, who has a different explanation. People in certain regions being exposed to the sun, they develop certain skin tones, right? And that was a common view held by many during the earlier period, Then you have coming up to the English society where they're also curious and obsessed, and they want to know if we take people with rich skin, move them to the colder climate, will their skin color basically change back into a fair skin tone? And eventually the English came to realize that the skin color was innate and that it wasn't changing. And so Dr. Winthrop says this.
There was good authority in Jeremiah 13, verse 23. Can the Ethiopian change his skin or the leopard his spot? Elizabethan dramatists used the stock expression, quote, to wash an Ethiop white, end quote, as indicating the sheer impossibility.
So you can see the expressions developing in the English mind. To wash an Ethiop white, that was synonymous with means like it's impossible. These are the developments coming into the racial ideology later on. Right? And coming into what we have today, right? This racial ideology, right? This is what we're seeing develop in this book here, right? In this book here, subtly developing over time. Let's get some more.
In 1578, a voyager and speculative geographer, George Best, announced that, quote, I myself have seen an Ethiopian as black as coal brought into England, who taking a fair English woman to wife, begat a son in a respect as black as the father was, whereby it seemeth this blackness proceeded rather of some natural infection of that man, which was so strong that neither the nature of the clime, neither the good complexion of the mother concurring, could anything alter, and therefore we cannot impute it to the nature of clime, end quote.
So we have George Best. He's another one of these people who create these exaggerated narratives back in the early English traveler's tales. And he's saying that there's an Ethiopian who he's claiming is black as coal. This is crazy. This is black as coal right here. He's claiming to have seen someone this color come together with a fair-skinned person, which he's going to, in his mind, he's going to call it white, which is this color. And he's saying that they had a child and the child came out this color, black as coal, right? As black as the father. And that it did not lighten up due to the good color and complexion of the fair-skinned woman. Now you can see the ideas being linked to fair skin as being good, right? And that it couldn't even create this union with this blackness that they're calling, and it couldn't basically reduce the intensity of this black skin color, right? These are the narrative accounts that they're coming up with, right? And then his conclusion is that there must be some infection, some natural infection that's causing someone of this skin color to get with someone of this skin color and come out this skin color again, right? Is a complete madness, and it's wild when you really look at it, right? And it's something that just doesn't make any sense. It's illogical, and these guys are hallucinating, and they're being very unreasonable at this time, especially when it comes to this particular subject, right? They're intelligent in many other areas, right? And many other innovations. But when it came to the skin color thing and understanding other cultures, this is where they failed miserably, right? And we have to recognize that because America has inherited this failed culture, right? And it has propagated it and enhanced it, right? And it stems from foolishness and madness, right? And you can still see these ideas attached to the fairness with goodness in the black community, right? And this idea of blackness attached to the badness, and anything that's dealing with natural hair texture, skin color, with people who are labeled as blackness in the black community, that's also looked at as a bad thing as well. This is where it's stemming from, right? Very important, right? Very important to get in here. This is giving us these early accounts to find out why everyone has gone mad. Now, there's other explanations on top of this, right? If what we just explained wasn't enough. You have the biblical narrative that people were using when you go into the account of Ham, whose son Canaan was cursed, right? And you find that in the Bible, it doesn't explicitly say that the curse of Canaan was to have some type of skin color. It was to be a servant of servants or a slave, right? But you have other people who imagined other things that this text was implying to them, right? And so this is what Dr. Winthrop says.
In contrast, the approximately contemporaneous Talmudic and Midrashic sources contain such suggestions that, quote, Ham was smitten in his skin, end quote. That Noah told Ham, quote, your seed will be ugly and dark-skinned, end quote. And that Ham was father, quote, of Canaan, who brought curses into the world of Canaan, who was cursed of Canaan, who darkened the faces of mankind, end quote. Of Canaan, quote, the notorious world darkener, end quote.
So you can see just how far the imagination can take a person, right? When they're taking these accounts and they're filling in the blank and what they can extract, what meaning they want to extract from it. And in this case, they're saying Canaan's curse is to have this rich colored skin, right? Which what they're calling dark skin. But we don't refer to it as that, right? Because that has curses and spells in that type of word as well, right? That are associated with black also, right? And so this is where their imagination has taken them. But one thing that's very important to understand is that although many people from the English mind and culture, they accepted a lot of these wild and fanciful and imaginative explanations for the skin color of people, that there still were always some people who didn't fall for this type of foolishness, right? And it's very important for us to understand this. There's always a small amount of people who it just doesn't make sense to. It doesn't make any sense. They're not falling for what the crowd is thinking. But nonetheless, for the vast majority of the English, this rich brown hue that those Africans had, it continued to be a significant obsession to many of them, or most of them, and it continued to be a visible marker that distinguished the Africans from the English, right? And it's something that's understandable when you run across people who are different from you, right? Have some differences, right? It's understandable for people to look at them and notice the differences, right? We don't want to be blind and act like people don't have different physical features and skin colors, right? That's not the idea. You want to be able to notice those, right? That's not the problem. The problem comes in is when you start attaching these social meanings to the color of people's skins or to these other physical characteristics. When you start placing these meanings that don't exist other than when humans invent these meanings. And especially when you place meanings on it that are designed to destroy and tear people up, which is what we see the English doing, right? Placing these concepts of blackness and these ideas that are chained with this idea of blackness that the English already had with them. That's when the problem comes in. And so you have these English elite who are the ones who are the main ones responsible for creating these imposed meanings on people's skin color. But also, in addition to the elite, you also have the religious sect who's also involved in this as well.
The Negro's color set him radically apart from the Englishman. It also served as a highly visible label identifying the natives of a distant continent, which for the ages Christians had known as a land of men radically defective in religion.
So now you have the Christians who have no understanding of the cultural practices of these people that they're narrating on. They don't have any inner understanding of what these religions are that these people are practicing, but they're creating these bold claims that these people are defective in religion, right? And void of a God, which we'll read about as we continue going, right? They're creating these narratives along with these ideas of blackness that are being attached to these types of people. This is going into the psyche, the narrations, and into the psyche of the English as a whole, the way that they view these, what they call strange people, right, living in a distant land, right? So let's continue going.
However much Englishmen disapproved of popery and Mahometanism, they were accustomed to such perversions. Yet they were not accustomed to dealing face-to-face with people who appeared, so far as many travelers could tell, to have no religion at all. Steeped in the legacy and trapping of their own religion, Englishmen were ill-prepared to see any legitimacy in African religious practices. Judged by Christian cosmology, Negroes stood in a separate category of men.
Can we still see this today? Absolutely. This English mindset has been transplanted into other people. Matter of fact, the descendants of many of these people have now become agents of this type of idea, right, that we're reading about, where they don't have any understanding of what those practices are. And I have to say, I was in there too. I'll be the first one to tell you. I was an agent too of that English mindset until I understood what it was about. So, and then you look at these other practices that are non-Christian, non-English, and you degrade them. This is what they're doing. This comes into the destruction of people, right? It says that they were ill prepared, the English, to even understand basically what those African religious practices were about. They're very complex, right? And so in the English mind, they couldn't see these people as having an actual legitimate religion, right? And they classified them as a separate type of men, right? Watch where this leads to as we go later on into the understanding of the race thing and understanding of the dehumanization. Look at the patterns right now, the seeds being planted as they unfold, right? And develop and produce fruit. Okay, let's continue going and seeing what else Winthrop has to say.
As one of the earliest English accounts distinguished Negroes from Englishmen, they were, quote, a people of beastly living, without God, law, religion, or commonwealth, end quote, which was to say that Negroes were not Englishmen. Far from isolating African heathenism as a separate characteristic, English travelers sometimes linked it explicitly with barbarity and blackness.
Look how they're linking the terms of blackness with these other concepts. No religion, no God, no law, no customs, just basically beastly, wild type of animal types of people. This is the narratives that they're creating, right? Coming from a place of ignorance, right? And hallucinations and exaggerations and in other instances, just simply not wanting to understand, right? So they're linking these things together, right? And creating this idea in their world of imagination. Right, let's continue going. Watch what else.
They already had in hand a mediating term among these impinging concepts, the devil. As one observer declared, Negroes, quote, in color so in condition are little other than devils incarnate, end quote. And further, quote, the devil has infused prodigious idolatry into their hearts, end quote.
So here we go again, linking the concepts together, blackness and the devil. Merging them, saying in the English mind that if the devil is manifested in the physical realm, that's basically what he looks like. That's what they're saying. That's what he looks like. Blackness and the devil linked together. What else? Idolatry. They have a different religion that's unchristian, and it is of the devil, right? It has placed idolatry in their hearts. Do we still see this today? Absolutely. People don't understand something? That's the devil. Now you're seeing that old English mindset being brought into today's time and transplanted into people, right? It has worked its way up into today's time, and it manifests in this type of manner. When you hear people talking about that, if someone brings up the African religion, especially when they're ignorant and they look at it and say, that's the devil, that's the old English mindset. That's what that is. The old English mindset, right? Working its way into today's culture and to today's society. And it's strong, right? It's prevalent still, right? But there's many people who do not have that mindset, who see it for what it is, and they have evolved from that mindset, but it's still very prevalent, especially in the descendants of the victims of the people who this stuff is directed towards in a derogatory manner. Those are some of the primary, highly regarded agents of the continuation of these ideas. And many of them don't even know it, and a good portion of those don't even care to know it. It is what it is. So in the old English mind, if you were someone who was unchristian or didn't worship the Christian God, and you also someone who had these different type of customs, they would be labeled as a savage. And in fact, as Dr. Winthrop says, that the English were especially very ethnocentric, right? Everything revolved around them, right? In their mind, the world revolved around them. And so they measured, like he says, they measured the Africans with an English yardstick or an English measuring stick, right? And so anything that did not align with English customs, that was savagery or that was devilish. Things that did align, they would applaud. Okay, that makes them more civil. If you have some things that were in line with what the English already had. that was a plus, right? A thumbs up. So for example, some of the narratives did include the accounts that the African societies were somewhat similar to the English, because they had a structure with that had kings, it had gentlemen, it had counselors, and it also had a lower class. So that was similar to what the English had, right? And obviously that was something that was applauded. But these similarities were only minor similarities, right? And the English still looked at the Africans as a distinct and separate category of people. Now, Dr. Winthrop notes in here, surprisingly, that although the English were fascinated with this African so-called savagery, they were not as fascinated as they were with the Native American savagery. And you got to remember, at this time, like we talked about in the beginning, they didn't come initially over to Africa in order to colonize or to enslave the people and steal the mines. But at this point, they're going in and colonizing the United States of America. So who's over there? You have these different tribes of the Native Americans. They're focused on the savagery of these people and creating them into these characters of savages in order to do what? Take the land. We already understand this. To justify the act of doing it, right? So the focus was on the Native Americans at this particular time. But then things all changed. Watch this.
It was not until the slave trade came to require justification in the 18th century that some Englishmen found special reason to lay emphasis on the Negro's savagery.
Now we have the greasy-handed, lucrative enterprises making money. All this is on the English mind. Now what do they have to do? Find a way to justify the enslavement of those particular people. Because you have to remember, at this time, England is supposed to be this high moral civilization. They've done away with a lot of the slavery in their civilization. Much of the world is still practicing it at this time, but they are supposed to be taking a different route, right? And so in order to involve themselves in this slave trade, they got to find a way to dehumanize the people that they want to enslave, right? And so they use the tool of propaganda, and now they're going to focus heavily on the savagery of the West African folks, right? So they can justify it in their hearts and in their minds that it was okay and it's a God-given right for them to do this. Now, we have to understand already that the seeds have already been planted. Before the transatlantic slave trade, they already tied the idea of blackness with the skin color of the Africans, which is a rich brown. They linked them together. What did blackness have with it? All these wild ideas. The baseness, devil, demon, wickedness, sorrow, sin, unluckiness, all these ideas that are in the unconsciousness of the English culture. What else did they link? The Christians also came with the narrative that these people are devilish. They don't have a religion. They're void of any type of civility, right? They're savages. They're the devil in the flesh. We remember that, don't we? The devil in the physical manifestation of the devil. That's what they're saying. And all this is going into the enslavement of the Africans. And what the English are going to do is like what the Portuguese had already been doing, is they want to take and they want to make perpetual slaves out of these people, permanent slaves. And you need the propaganda behind it in order to convict yourself to do something this wild. Right? And so let's get some more.
They knew perfectly well that Negroes were men, yet they frequently described the Africans as brutish or bestial or beastly. Far more common and persistent was the notion that there sometimes occurred, quote, a beastly copulation or conjuncture, end quote, between apes and Negroes, and especially that apes were inclined wantonly to attack Negro women. The very explicit idea that apes assaulted female human beings was not new. Negroes were merely being asked to demonstrate what Europeans had known for centuries. Englishmen seemed ready to credit the tales about bestial connections, and even as late as the 1730s, a well-traveled, intelligent naval surgeon, John Atkin, was not at all certain that the stories were false.
And so many of these travelers are creating these accounts and they're bringing it back to England, where the people are enjoying and indulging in this particular type of narration, because this is what the English culture loves at this particular time. right? They want to see this. They want to hear about a black person. They want to hear about some form of bestiality. They want to hear about these ape-like men and all these things coming together in these wild relationships. They want to hear this type of stuff. Even to the point where it's talking about even all the way up until the 1730s, where you have people who are supposed to be what you would call intelligent people, right? The naval surgeon, John Atkins, is still having a hard time finding out if he should be able to believe these accounts or not, right? He's wrestling with the idea if apes are out there actually really attacking women and forcefully putting themselves on them. This stuff is wild, right? It's really wild. You have to look at it, see it for what it is, find out where this mindset is coming from, and then you have to do something with it, right? You have to do something about it. Now, with all this being said, you have in the year 1699, there's a guy by the name of Edward Tyson, who was an English scientist and a physician. And he did a comparative study on the structure of the apes compared to the humans. And what he concluded is that the apes were on a lower structure than that of man. And this is a lower structure in what is called the Great Chain of Being, which is a Christian idea. When they imagine that you have kind of like this link between God and all the way to the lowest form. So you have God, you have angels, you have humans, plants, and minerals on the lowest level, right? And there's a great link between these beings. So humans were supposed to be one level above the apes, is what he concluded and shown in his research. But despite showing that, the English didn't want to budge in the position that they had. These stories and narratives that they had grown to love, cherish, believe in, they didn't want to leave those alone. And this is what Dr. Winthrop says.
Tyson's conclusions did nothing to weaken the vigorous tradition which linked the Negro with the ape.
Now notice in here, Dr. Winthrop describes it as a vigorous tradition, meaning that that tradition is very powerful, right? It's running rampant. It's something that's firm, right? The English did not want to give that up. Despite the research that had came out, they don't care about any of that. They didn't want to face any of those facts. The Negro is connected with the ape in their mind, right? That's all it is, point blank, period. Those are the ideas that they held on to. And they slowly over time started to wither away, but it was strong at that time, right? And so in the English imagination, they wanted it to be true that the African and the apes were having these wild types of intercourse relationships. And so this is what Dr. Winthrop says here.
The sexual association of apes with Negroes had an inner logic which kept it alive without much or even any factual sustenance. By forging a sexual link between Negroes and apes, furthermore, Englishmen were able to give vent to their feeling that Negroes were a lewd, lascivious, and wanton people.
So we can see that this is not a matter of fact that we're dealing with, but rather we're dealing with people who are imagining things and creating ideas and wanting to keep them alive. But why? Why is it that the English felt the need to come over to the African continent and be so critical of the culture, the customs, the skin color, the events that they saw? What was behind that? Now, when you read in the book, Dr. Winthrop describes that the English are going through this kind of Reformation period where personal piety, self-development, religious reform, self-scrutiny, these are types of cultural transformations that are occurring in that society. And so basically what he says is that all of the characteristics and traits that the English are trying to get rid of within themselves, they're seeing some of these things in the other people. And basically what it is writing about it and kind of like shining the light on other people doing those things that the English are trying to themselves get rid of and do away with. It helps the English psyche feel better about themselves in a sense, right? So when they can go over there and they can describe people as doing things that they're trying to not do or to get away from, then it can shine and reflect the light on the English as we are a superior people. You know, they do that type of thing. We do this. Right there, they have those customs. We have better customs, right? We used to do that back then. We now do this, right? Higher upliftment of the English, right? In their own psyche and their morale, right? And so many of these exaggerated, purely imaginative, and even some of the, the true ones, accounts of what they went over there and saw, much of this stuff is in relation to what it is that they're dealing with within themselves as a culture, right? And so Dr. Winthrop Jordan, he ends the chapter saying this.
It was the case with the English confrontation with Negroes then that a society in a state of rapid reflux, undergoing important changes in religious values, and comprised of men who were energetically on the make and acutely and often uncomfortably self-conscious of being so, came upon a people less technologically advanced, markedly different in appearance and culture. From the first, Englishmen tended to set Negroes over against themselves, to stress what they conceived to be radically contrasting qualities of color, religion, and style of life, as well as animality and a peculiarly potent sexuality. What Englishmen did not at first fully realize was that Negroes were potentially subjects for a special kind of obedience and subordination which was to arise as adventurous Englishmen sought to possess for themselves and their children one of the most bountiful dominions of the earth. When they came to plant themselves in the New World, they were to find that they had not entirely left behind the spirit of avarice and insubordination. Nor does it appear, in light of attitudes which developed during the first 2 centuries in America, that they left behind all the impressions initially gathered of the Negro before he became preeminently the slave.
So we can see in these accounts, it gets us closer into the insight of the English and the mindset that they had and what caused them to do exactly what they did. Why did they take this approach that they had taken? Why did they create these type of narratives, have these type of ideas, and perpetuate these narratives unfounded in facts, right? And so many of these gathered impressions from the English were the cause of later effects. Those later effects we come to understand were the justification of creating perpetual slaves out of certain groups of people. And when I'm talking about perpetual slaves, I'm talking about both physical and mental, both of them, starting with the physical enslavement and continuing with the mental enslavement, right? Stemming from these particular accounts, the mindset and the culture of these particular people. And so it's important for us to understand it and realize it and see this. Deal with the accounts and find out what it's about. Detach ourselves from many of these ideas that were inherited. And so this is the end of the commentary on chapter 1, White Over Black, The American Attitude Towards the Negro, 1550 to 1812 by Dr. Winthrop D. Jordan. And in chapter 2, what we're going to do is we're going to be going over some of the enslavement practices by the Portuguese, the Spanish, and touching on the racial slavery of the colonies that were developed in Maryland and in Virginia. So you want to stay tuned so we can get some more insight, because this stuff here, this is not going to be taught in school, right? Especially in elementary all the way up into the 12th grade. You're not going to find this type of stuff. Dealing with it from this particular type of lens. And this is the way we have to deal with it, right? We got to see this stuff for what it is. So my name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you on part 2. Now, it's no secret that many of the people in America who identify themselves as black have an inferiority complex. And this inferiority, it expresses itself in the form of perming and pressing hair. It manifests in the form of skin bleaching. It rears its head in the psychology and the self-esteem of many of the members from this group. But the question is, how did they get this inferiority complex? Were they born with it? Is it something genetic? Or were there some other circumstances which caused it? And so sociologist Dr. E. Franklin Frazier, he provides an explanation for this in his 1957 book, Black Bourgeoisie. So let's open it up right now to page 130, where it says this: the entire history of the Negro in the United States has been of a nature to create in the Negro a feeling of racial inferiority, which was the intention of the European slaveholder. And why would they want to create a people with a feeling of inferiority? because they wanted to create permanent slaves out of this group of people for money and control. And so one of the very first instances that sparked this feeling of inferiority was the European colonizer naming these people with clearly visible brown skin Negro or black. And black is a word in English that is directly linked with many negative ideas such as evil, wicked, and gloomy. And it had these meanings before it was placed on this group of people with brown skin. And being called black in the Western world has negative unconscious effects on a person's self-esteem and the way that they see themselves. And so the colonizer labeled people black in the very beginning of this project of creating a people with a deep inferiority complex. And this was just the beginning, right? There's a lot more. Here we go. During the more than 2 centuries of enslavement by the white man, every means was employed to stamp a feeling of natural inferiority in the Negro soul. And he's not exaggerating when he says this. The whites used every tool that they can think of, from the name black to this next tool right here. Christianity and the Bible were utilized both to prove and to give divine sanction to his alleged racial inferiority, or, as some contended, his exclusion from the races of mankind. And the Bible was a very powerful tool that they used to morally justify their deeds so they would be able to sleep at night. And we'll get more on the way that they use the Bible in religion later on. Let's continue. When the system of slavery was uprooted in a Second American Revolution, it appeared for a brief period that the Negro might receive recognition as a man. But as the result of the unresolved class conflict in which the democratic forces in the South were defeated, the demagogues who became the leaders of the disinherited whites, but really served the interest of the propertied classes, made the Negro the scapegoat. A legalized system of racial segregation was established, which stigmatized the Negro as unfit for human association, and every type of propaganda was employed to prove that the Negro was morally degenerate and intellectually incapable of being educated, and basically using propaganda to create a false narrative about these brown-skinned people who they named black. And for what reason? To make them feel inferior, right? Inferior to who? The Europeans who reinvented themselves into white people in the 1600s. The black was to symbolize inferiority, and the white was to be the opposite, superiority, which is why they changed themselves from English over into white in the 1600s. And so we're talking about deep layer mental psychology here, not some surface level games that these people were playing. They're playing the real deal game. But understand that none of this would have worked if the next thing here didn't happen. Living constantly under the domination and contempt of the white man, the Negro came to believe in his own inferiority, whether he ignored or accepted the values of the white man's world. And what's the key word here? Believe. The Negro came to believe in his own inferiority. And that's the entire game being played. It's a game of belief, and you haven't come to realize it yet, but you eventually will. And so the white ruling class, they needed to get them to believe that they were subhuman, unintelligent, incapable, wicked, and black, right? And other destructive ideas to make them feel a sense of inferiority. And once they believed this, they would act accordingly, because people's actions reflect their dominant beliefs and desires. So once you understand that this is the game that is being played, a game of beliefs, then you have the clue that's needed for yourself to climb out of the pit that they dug. Let's continue. The black bourgeoisie, the element which has striven more than any other element among Negroes to make itself over in the image of the white man, exhibits most strikingly the inferiority complex of those who would escape their racial identification. And this is the group right here that thought that money and material things were going to allow them to be accepted by the whites. And let me tell you that if you're someone that's from this community and your goal is to be accepted by whites, then you're playing a losing game, right? You're playing a losing game and the wrong game. Your number one concern needs to be being accepted by yourself first. Then the rest of the acceptance comes as an effect of you accepting yourself and respecting yourself, right? You shouldn't expect anyone to accept or to respect you if you don't first respect or accept yourself, right? Humans don't work that way. Let's continue. Despite the human relations which developed between Negroes and whites on the plantation, where a paternalistic type of control developed, the Negro was, nevertheless, an article of commerce, or an animate tool, according to Aristotle's definition of a slave. An animate or a living tool, right? That's how he described the slave. A tool for what? To work and to make the slave master rich, right? That's what the slave system was about. Let's continue. If any recognition were shown him as a person, it was conceded to a person who represented a lower and inferior order of mankind. Reduced to a chattel in an alien land, the enslaved Negro was not only detribalized as the African who had contact with European civilization, but he was annihilated as a person. Completely annihilated, where his consciousness was dragged down into the burning inferno. Let's continue. The enslavement of the Negro in the United States destroyed not only his family ties and his household gods, it effaced or eliminated whatever memories of the African homeland that had survived the Middle Passage. And Africa really became a distant memory, where some of the last memories from the ancestors were being captured by other African tribes who traded them for European goods. Let's continue. The destruction of a common tradition and religious beliefs and practices reduced the Negro to a mere atom without a personality or social identity. And I would add, without a social identity that they created for themselves, because they did have a social identity that was given to them by the whites. It was called a Negro or a black people, and they were supposed to be at the bottom of society, right? That was their social identity. The main significance of the proselyting of the Baptist and Methodist missionaries was that Christianity was presented to the slaves in a simple, emotional appeal that provided a release for their frustrated and repressed lives. More than that, it established a bond of union among the slaves and provided them a meaning of their existence in an alien world. Although Christianity offered the Negro an interpretation of his existence in an alien world, it did not undertake to change his earthly condition as regards his enslavement. When, for economic reasons, during the 17th century, the Negro indentured servant lost the status which white indentured servants had and became a servant for life, or a slave, the colonial legislation made it clear that the conversion to Christianity meant freedom not for the body in this world, but for the soul in the afterlife. And this happened because there was a loophole in the system where Christians could not be enslaved. And so the problem was that if the Negro was converted to being a Christian, then they could no longer be enslaved. Well, they fixed that quickly because they went and changed the man-made laws, and they stated that the status of a Christian would no longer be a justification for making someone a free person in the physical world, right? And that freedom for the Negro was meant for this idea of the afterlife, which is another invention coming from the imagination of the human mind. Let's continue going. Not only did Christianity fail to offer the Negro hope of freedom in this world, but the manner in which Christianity was communicated to him tended to degrade him. The Negro was taught that his enslavement was due to the fact that he had been cursed by God. And this is another example of humans making stuff up, right? And again, using the idea of God to justify their doings. Let's continue. His very color was a sign of the curse which he had received as a descendant of Ham. Parts of the Bible were carefully selected to prove that God had intended that the Negro should be the servant of the white man, and that he would always be a hewer of wood and drawer of water. And understand that any person could find a verse in the Bible and interpret it in such a way to support just about any doctrine that they could think of. And what these people were doing was using it in a way to intensify a feeling of inferiority within the Negro. Let's continue. While such was being taught the slave, some of the leading ministers of the South were setting forth the same doctrine in books for the American public. One of these books, written by a Presbyterian minister and entitled The Christian Doctrine of Slavery, stated that it may be that Christian slavery is God's solution of the relation of labor and capital, about which the wisest statesmen of Europe confessed themselves at fault. Right? It was God's solution to the labor and capital problem. You see how slick and how crafty these people were? Not their own solution, but it was God's solution, right? This is how people play the game. Let's continue. Another leading minister published a book entitled Slavery Ordained of God, in which he defended the doctrine that slavery is ordained of God, and to continue for the good of the slave, the good of the master, the good of the whole American family, until another and better destiny may be unfolded. And so these people were acting as if they were having lunch meetings with God, and as if God was mentoring them on how to run the slave economy. And this is why you always have to be very mindful on how people use the idea of God, because a lot of people play a lot of games with it, as we're seeing here. Let's continue. These theological justifications of the enslavement of the Negro gave religious support to the philosophical justifications of slavery, the most celebrated of which was that by a professor of history, metaphysics, and political law at William and Mary College, Virginia. In a book published in 1832, he justified the enslavement of the Negro on the grounds that the Negro possessed the strength and form of a man, but the intellect of a child, and was therefore unfit for freedom. These were the type of ideas that they were using to craft the Negro in the image that they wanted him in, right? And just like we mentioned earlier in the beginning, he came to believe in his own inferiority. Let's continue. The nearly 600,000 mulattoes among the somewhat less than 4.5 million Negroes in the United States in 1860 were the result of the sexual association of white men and Negro women. The character of the sexual association between white men and Negro women ranged from rape based upon physical force, or the authority of the master to voluntarily surrender on the part of the Negro woman. And this was the white slave master acting like a truly subhuman person, right? The real deal. Let's continue. Voluntary surrender on the part of the Negro woman was due at times to mutual attraction, but the prestige of the white race was often sufficient to secure compliance on their part. In giving themselves to their white masters, there were certain concrete advantages to be gained, such as freedom from the drudgery of field work, better food and clothing, and the prospect that their half-white children would enjoy certain privileges and perhaps be emancipated. As the mulatto class grew in the South, many slaveholders, if married, set up a separate household for their black, but more often mulatto concubines. In some cases, they lived a monogamous life with their mulatto mistress or concubine, legal marriage being forbidden. But even under the most favorable conditions, the woman and her offspring were stigmatized because of their Negro ancestry. It was out of such association that the communities of free mulattoes grew up in the South. In some parts of the South, they constituted a sort of lower caste, since no matter how well off they might be economically, they always bore the stigma of Negro ancestry. Even in Louisiana, where the quadroons or gens de colère became wealthy and sent their children to France to be educated, they were still without political rights and could not associate with whites on a basis of equality. They identified themselves as far as possible with the interest of the white slave-holding aristocracy and did not even permit a discussion of slavery among their members. Although they were not white, they could thank God they were not black. Religion and political philosophy rallied to the support of the planters in the South by confirming the racial inferiority of the Negro, along with science as well. These were the tools that they were using to confirm the image of the Negro's inferiority, which was created within the imagination of white folks. Let's continue. This support became especially urgent as the conflict between the economic interests of the North and the South became more acute, and the issue over slavery acquired a moral character. Whether the Negro was only chattel property and, therefore, had no rights as a human being became an issue in the celebrated Dred Scott case, which was taken to the Supreme Court. Now, can you imagine that? People having full-blown discussions on whether or not certain humans were only chattel property, right? This is what it looks like when people are blinded by power and making profits. Let's continue. In 1857, Chief Justice Taney of the Supreme Court, which was dominated by the South, handed down the famous decision, "A Negro has no rights which a white man need respect." The court declared that in the meaning of the words, "people of the United States," in the Constitution, Negroes were not included in the people of the United States. This represented the final triumph of the Southern aristocracy in its struggle to dominate the United States. While public opinion and the personal attitudes of whites concerning the Negroes were being formed by politicians and newspapers, there appeared in 1900 a book entitled The Negro a Beast, published by the American Book and Bible House. And once again, more propaganda to influence the public perception of the Negro. Let's continue. The publisher of this book stated in the preface that if this book were considered in an intelligent and prayerful manner, that it will be to the minds of the American people like unto the voice of God from the clouds appealing to Paul on his way to Damascus. In order that the American people might be convinced of the scientific nature of the biblical truths presented in this book, the author included pictures of God and an idealized picture of a white man in order to prove that white people were made in the image of God, as stated in the Bible, and a caricature of the Negro showing that he could not have been made in the image of God. You see that? They had completely weaponized religion and used it as a tool to contribute to this creation of the Negro, who was intended to believe himself to be inferior, right? Along with everyone else to believe this too. Let's continue. This book had a wide circulation, especially among the church-going whites, and helped to fix in their minds, as it was argued in the last chapter of this book, that the Negro was not the son of Ham or even the descendant of Adam and Eve, but simply a beast without a soul. Now look how powerful of a statement this is. And what do you think is the outcome if people believe that other humans are beasts without souls? They'll treat them according to what they believe, right? And they'll feel no way about it either, because that's what they believe. You understand? And so one of the major keys to control the human is belief, and you better understand that. Let's continue. While this book was giving a religious sanction to current beliefs concerning the inferiority of the Negro, the Negro's inferiority was being engraven in every public edifice, railroad station, courthouses, theaters with signs showing rear entrances for Negroes, or kitchens in which Negroes might be served. And so they marketed these images everywhere. And what was the purpose of using images? To deliver messages to the unconscious mind of the people. And symbols and images, they speak directly to the unconscious mind. And these people clearly understood what they were doing. Let's continue. Moreover, in every representation of the Negro, he was pictured as a gorilla dressed up like a man, which was conveying the message to the society that the Negro was not a human, but a beast. Let's continue. His picture, meaning his actual picture, was never carried in the newspaper of the South. The same rule holds today in most parts of the South. This is in the 1950s, remember? Unless he had committed a crime. So that's when they want to put it in there, right? When he committed a crime. In the newspapers, the Negro was described as burly or ape-like, and even Negroes who looked like whites were represented in cartoons as black with gorilla features. All of this fitted into the stereotype which represented the Negro as subhuman or a beast without any human qualities. You see that? These people crafting these messages, they knew exactly what they were doing. These people weren't stupid in the least bit when it came to molding messages in the minds of the people and influencing their thoughts and opinions using the media outlet. Let's continue. The vilification of the Negro continued until the second decade of the 20th century. A so-called authoritative study of the Negro, published as a doctoral dissertation in the Columbia University Studies in History, Economics, and Public Law, accepted as scientific evidence the statement that the Negro was as destitute of morals as any of the lower animals. In the very year in which the First World War started, an advertised authority on the Negro stated in a book that the Negro was an instinctive criminal, meaning that it was genetics. It was natural for him to be a criminal. And so all these concepts, they're stored in what is called the collective consciousness under this image of what is called a Negro or a black person, which is why anyone who really desires to completely free themselves, they have to outgrow this identity, because what they have done is they stacked up these negative descriptions over hundreds of years into this idea of a black or a Negro person, right? Which makes it nearly impossible for someone to reinvent themselves under this identity, right? Although many people have tried in vain, right? Let's continue. Then in 1915, an army surgeon assured the American people that many animals below man manifest a far greater amount of real affection in their lovemaking than do Negroes, and that it is very rare that we see two Negroes kiss each other. It is not surprising that when this book was written, a Negro could not sing a sentimental song on the American stage. During this campaign to prove that the Negro was subhuman and unfit for human association, the masses of Negroes found a refuge within the isolated world of the Negro folk. Their lives revolved principally about their churches, which they sang their songs of resignation and looked forward to another world in which they might escape the contempt and disdain of the white man. And again, another use for the church. It was a place where they were able to seek refuge and find some form of comfort, right? And it was very useful for that time. Let's continue. The Negro who migrated to a northern city discovered that he was only half a man in the white man's world. And so this is talking about the Great Migration coming from the rural South into the North and other city areas in the 1900s. The educated middle-class Negroes who had striven to conform to American ideals and had contacts with a larger social world could not find a refuge in the world of the Negro folk. In the South, they were subject to the same Jim Crow laws and contempt as the Negro masses. And black bourgeoisie in the North, they were outsiders. The mass migration of Negroes to northern cities and the impact of 2 world wars upon the United States changed the relations of the Negro to American society. But Negroes have remained outsiders who still face the problem of being integrated into American society. The black bourgeoisie, who have striven to mold themselves in the image of the white man, have not been able to escape the mark of racial inferiority. And they believe that a high income, a nice house, and a nice car and all the material things would do the trick. But that was simply not the case. There was still this very deep sense of inferiority that was passed along from generation to generation, haunting the descendants of the slaves. And still today, many of their descendants still long for the approval of white people, right? Still acting out that very same part for which the Negro was created to fill. Understand? But the time now is the final phase of freedom, where the Negro consciousness is released forever to make room for an entirely new consciousness to take root. The Negro consciousness, it served its purpose, right? And it taught the world a lot of things. But it is necessary that this consciousness within the individual be completely uprooted and replaced before this inferiority complex will completely go away. And so this is just a fraction here of the history of how blacks developed an inferiority complex. And hopefully this has been able to help you and give you some light and able to see your way on the path. And so I want to thank you for watching all the way into the end. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world. Now, how is it that the members of the black community, such as the celebrities, actors, and the entertainers from the lowest rung of the ladder, came to be the most influential members to the black community? Why are they there, and what caused them to get to that spot? The explanation comes from professor and sociologist Dr. E. Fraser Franklin in his 1957 book titled Black Bourgeoisie. And as we go through this explanation, I want you to listen very carefully, because what we're going to go on is a journey. And in this journey, we're going to deal with some backstory on black American culture. And all this is going to lead us to our final destination of answering this question. But I need you to go through the full journey in order to get the understanding. And so once you understand this history, then it'll no longer be a mystery. And so let's go in here to page 113, where it says this: there have been only 2 really vital cultural traditions in the social history of the Negro in the United States. One being the genteel tradition of the small group of mulattoes who assimilated the morals and manners of the slave-holding aristocracy. So the first of the 2 notable black traditions was the genteel tradition, which placed high value on conventional family life, sexual purity, manners, education, and so forth. And this tradition was learned from the slave-holding aristocracy, or the nobility, or the elite, or the upper class slaveholders, right? And so this small group of mostly mulattoes took their culture from these people. And keep in mind that it says small, because most of the blacks didn't have this culture. So this was one of the cultures. Let's continue. And the other, the culture of the black folk who gave the world the spirituals, which is the culture which developed as an adaptation to the slave environment. The first small group had the mind of the slaveholder, and the second mass group had the mind of the slave, right? Let's continue. The gentile tradition, or the one that came from this aristocracy, flourished especially in such large communities of free mulattoes as those in Charleston, South Carolina, and New Orleans, Louisiana. It was maintained by those mulatto families that had acquired as part of their family traditions the patterns of behavior which were associated with the ideal of the Southern lady and Southern gentleman. Some families took pride in the fact that a mulatto ancestor could not be distinguished in his physical appearance, dress, manners, and speech from his white half-brother. And they had these thoughts because they had bought into the idea that the traditional European features were superior to all the others. And so, in other words, they believed this to be true. Let's continue. As a rule, these families formed a closed circle from which were excluded all who could not boast of similar ancestry and did not conform to the same standards of morals and manners. They were exceedingly self-conscious of their culture, which consisted of the enjoyment of English and, in Louisiana, French classical literature and music. Sometimes they maintained literary societies in which they could enjoy and foster their culture. Many of these families migrated before the Civil War to the north, where they formed a small upper class that boasted of its gentile traditions. After the Civil War, the free mulatto class continued to hold itself aloof from the masses of freedmen. The Civil War ended in 1865, and by that time, the masses of blacks were no longer legally enslaved. And the Negroes with the gentile culture, they were trying to distance themselves from the masses because at that point they were culturally different people. Let's continue. In Louisiana, the hostility of some members of this class to the newly emancipated blacks was so great that they opposed giving political rights to the freedmen. But generally, the free mulatto class and its descendants assumed as far as possible positions of leadership among the Negro masses. They did not break down the traditional barriers to easy social intercourse and marriage. Even in their religious affiliations, the descendants of the free mulattoes held aloof from the Negro masses. They generally affiliated with the Episcopal, Congregational, Presbyterian, and Catholic churches, while the Negro masses, as we have seen, were affiliated with the Baptist and Methodist churches. The descendants of the free mulattoes became, after the Civil War, the core of a small class which undertook to maintain the American pattern of family life and conventional sex mores. So the offspring of this class looked to maintain the values that they had developed over the years. And this was one of the reasons that they kept a distance from the Negro masses. Because if they would have started mingling closely with the Negro masses, then their culture would have been compromised. Especially being that there were more in numbers coming from the Negro masses who were the carriers of the slave mindset. Let's continue. In some small communities in the South, a single family with this social and cultural background would live in complete isolation rather than associate with the masses of Negroes. And why was that? For the reason we just went over. In their quiet, obscure lives, they expressed often their contempt for the black upstarts who, in their view, and often in fact, possessed neither morals nor manners. And again, this is why they attempted to separate themselves from the Negro masses, who had a very different set of morals and manners. And this is how people have always separated themselves before the European colonizer came along and started lumping people into these very large groups like black, white, Asian, and so forth, right? Groups that never initially agreed to be lumped in there together. Let's continue. The attitudes of those who came to terms with the successful members of the rising black masses was expressed by a young mulatto college student who was a descendant of a prominent free mulatto family. When asked how she felt when a big, ill-mannered Negro male student addressed her rudely and tossed her about, replied, "Well, since I've got to live with these N-words, I might as well act like one." So now at this point, we have members of the Negro masses who were attending school with other members from the mulatto class, and there was conflict. The mulatto class was stuck with the Negro mass, and we can see the frustration coming from this student here. And I'm pretty sure the Negro masses didn't like them either, right? Let's continue. On the whole, The tradition of the gentleman has ceased to have influence on either the manners or morals of the Negro community. The tradition they had stopped having influence on the Negro community, and later on we're going to find out exactly why, because it ties into the main topic of this video. In the Negro colleges, it is futile for teachers to exhort the students to behave like ladies and gentlemen. Futile means pointless. And why was it futile or pointless to get the Negro students to behave like ladies and gentlemen? Because at this point, the Negro masses had begun to take over, and the culture that they carried was nothing like the genteel culture that some of the mulatto class had. So from here, let's understand some of the background coming from the Negro masses and the culture that they had developed. The folk culture of the American Negro developed out of his experiences on American soil. Whatever element of African culture might have survived enslavement became merged with the Negro's experience in the new environment and lost their original meaning. The Negro was made in America, right? From the language, the food, the thinking, the dancing, the songs, right? And even the physical makeup being a mixture of different people. And Dr. Frazier says that anything that survived that would have come from Africa was merged into this new environment and it lost its original meaning, right? So a new culture and a new people were created from this completely different experience. Let's continue. From the beginning, the Negro had to learn the language of his masters, and there was no chance to preserve African languages except in some isolated areas, as for example along the coast of South Carolina and Georgia and the neighboring islands. The character which the Negro family acquired under the system of slavery was due to the exigencies of servitude rather than surviving African patterns of behavior. Exigencies meaning what was needed in a situation. So the character of the Negro family, which included the woman heading the house, was needed under the system of American slavery, and it was not something that was of African origin. In a situation where no legal recognition of family existed, the dominant position of the woman in the Negro family was due to the concession that had to be made to the needs of the children as well as to attachment of mothers to their offspring. Even in the matter of religion, there are no evidences of African survivals as in the West Indies and in Brazil. Moreover, when the folk beliefs of the Negro are studied, it is difficult to disentangle the African elements from European folklore and practices and those folk beliefs which are a product of the American experience. The folk culture of the Negro was associated with the church, which has been the most important institution in the rural communities of the South. In fact, the community derived its name from the church, most often Baptist or Methodist, and the location of the membership of a particular church defined the limits of the communal life. It has been in the church that the Negro has found a meaning for existence, and it was the church that enlisted his deepest loyalties. The church set up and defined the norms and moral conduct and provided the necessary discipline to enforce its rules and behavior. It was the church that the Negro spirituals or religious folk songs were born. So the church was the most important aspect of the Negro's life. And because it meant so much to them, they developed a deep emotional attachment to that institution, which still lingers today in many of the descendants of those people who make up the most religious group in America, right? These are the roots as to why the Black Americans are the most religious, right? It's not because they found some truth or anything like that. It's because the church was the institution that was necessary for the people to get through the slave experience that they had, because it offered at least some level of hope, right? Let's continue. In these religious folk songs, the Negro attempted to find his meaning for his existence and at the same time an escape from his tragic fate. You see that? It gave them some form of escape from the miserable condition that they found themselves in. It was a tool that they used for that time and place to serve that purpose. Let's continue. The folk tradition of the Negro, like the gentile tradition, has been dissipated or transformed as the result of migration and urbanization. During their wanderings, the Negro folk have created the blues, which tell of their disillusionment and nostalgic yearning for the sympathy and understanding of the world of the folk which they have left. The secular folk song of these black troubadours in American industrial society are living records of the reaction of the uprooted black folk in the world of the city. In the countless storefront churches of northern cities, the Negro migrant has vainly attempted to cling to the traditional religious life of the rural South, right? So some people just didn't want to give it up because it's comfortable for humans to do the same things that they're used to doing. And the church life of the rural South, it created this type of comforting effect in the people who moved into the city. Let's continue. But more often, with the loss of his simple faith in the world of the city, he has sought salvation in various religious cults, some with nationalistic aims, which are indicative of his groping to find an escape from the white man's world. As the result of contacts with the public school, the children of the folk have sloughed off the folk belief of their parents and learned the secular scientific techniques of survival in urban environment. Thus, instead of their old resignation towards the world, the Negro masses are acquiring a confidence in the efficacy of their effort through the use of the ballot and enjoining with fellows through the use of unions. So that was some of the background on the two different traditional Negro cultures that developed here in America. They developed under completely different circumstances, right? And they served different purposes. Understand? So at this point coming into the story, the Negro masses, they've moved from the South, the rural South, and they've moved into the cities, a lot of them, where their culture and their mindset interacted with this newly discovered environment. And so they begin going to college, getting educated, making more money, and climbing up the economic ladder. And with this new dynamic, this is where things get interesting, right? And so let's go in here to page 125, where it says this. As the black bourgeoisie has grown in size and influence, Durham has ceased to enjoy the distinction of being its capital. Durham, North Carolina was known as the first capital of the black bourgeoisie. The Negro communities in Chicago and Detroit have both claimed to become the center of the black bourgeoisie. In either case, the shift of the capital of the black bourgeoisie from a small southern city to a northern metropolis is indicative of the change in the character and outlook of this class. Although the younger generation of Negro businessmen in Durham had acquired more thoroughly than the pioneers the psychology of modern business, they were still influenced by the older traditions that had grown up in the Negro community. And the older traditions are referring to the morals and the values that were inherited from that aristocracy class, right? The one with the free mulattoes. This was the class of Negroes that developed their culture under the circumstance of being free, right? They were the first class of Negroes that we discussed. Let's continue. They still conformed to the tradition of the gentleman, which lingered and shaped their morals and manners. They still felt some identification with the Negro masses, despite the fact that their interests might be opposed to those of the masses. This was due partly to the fact that they, as well as the Negro masses, lived under a system of rigid racial segregation. And this small group was forced to remain separate from the rest of the whites, and they were forced to live amongst the Negro masses. Here we go. Moreover, they were more closely identified with the institution in the Negro communities, which were supported by the masses. On the other hand, the black bourgeoisie, which has become important in recent years, remember this is in the 1950s, has tended to break completely with the traditions of the Negro. And this black bourgeoisie is the blacks that came from the Negro masses, the ones who were the carriers of the slave mindset and the culture, right? Remember, they began getting educated and making money. And this mass element of people, they became the new black bourgeoisie, which broke away from the traditions of the old black bourgeoisie. Let's continue. As the system of rigid racial segregation has broken down, the black bourgeoisie has lost much of its feeling of racial solidarity with the Negro masses. In the metropolitan areas of the North, where there are increasing opportunities for employment and earning money, social mobility, which means primarily the attainment of middle-class status, has become a question of the amount of money which one has to spend, right? Not how thrifty or how much money a person could save, but how much money a person could spend. This was the mindset of this new black bourgeoisie, right? The ones who came with that slave mindset. Let's continue. When a French sociologist on a study tour in the United States saw the emergence of the black bourgeoisie in northern cities, he observed that they were really colored Babbitts. And Babbitts means a materialistic professional or a materialistic business person, a person who spends without thinking, right? That's how the French sociologist describe this new black bourgeoisie. Let's keep going. The break with traditional values is seen in the changes in the canons of respectability. Among the older upper class families in the Negro community who really stood for a middle class way of life, the canons of respectability required a stable family and conventional sex behavior. So to gain respect amongst the old Negro class that had money, the ones who stemmed from the free Negro tradition, a person was required to have a stable family and practice conventional sex behaviors, meaning with a spouse, right? Here we go. On the other hand, among the new black bourgeoisie, these values are regarded as old-fashioned virtues, and there is much confusion in thinking and behaving with reference to these values. Who is the new black bourgeoisie again? They are the descendants of those with the slave mentality, the ones that came from the shackles and the chains and developed a culture coming out of the pit, right? The people who developed a way of life from the slave environment, right? They didn't believe in those traditional morals and values that the old Negro bourgeoisie had, right? They labeled those as old-fashioned, right? So if that was old-fashioned, then what was considered the new trend with this new black bourgeoisie? Let's see. Divorces and scandals in family and sex behavior did not affect one's social status. Rather, the notoriety which one acquires in such cases adds to one's prestige. You see that? A person having family issues and having sex with all type of people, this didn't present any problems, right? It didn't lower one's status. In fact, it raised it up. And remember that this book was published in 1957. And so this gives a very important key in understanding how the blacks ended up with the dominant value system that most of them have today, right? And it's a key to understanding your way while you're wandering on the path and trying to find your way, right? Let's continue. The change in attitudes towards the old-fashioned bourgeoisie values is due largely to the fact that the new bourgeoisie is recruited from those elements in the Negro population among whom these virtues never existed, and that money has become the chief requirement for social acceptance. You see that? These values and morals were never learned in the slave environment and developed in the slave culture. It's not like humans naturally understand that they should have conventional sex standards, right? Humans, when they're left to their own devices, they naturally want to do just like other animals do, and that's mate with minimal restrictions. Understand, conventional sex behavior, that's a cultural approach that's designed to tame the animal instinct within the human, right? And it's something that has to be taught, conditioned, and also upheld through expectations of the people and of the community. And so this was not the culture of the slaves. And so when they were set free, their offspring came into the rest of the society with a particular set of values that shaped the way that they interacted with the new environment that they found themselves in. And so as certain members from this group began to earn more money, they began to reinforce their inherited values on the rest of the black community. Now watch this. Among the professional classes in the Negro community, actors and entertainers are relatively numerous and have the largest incomes. Here we go. The actors and entertainers, who very often have a lower class background in the social hierarchy of the Negro community, exercise a far greater influence upon the morals and manners in the Negro community than actors and entertainers in the white community. And so these actors and entertainers were from the lowest class of the Negroes, or they were blacks that were the furthest down in the pit. And in terms of today, they would be equivalent to the blacks that are coming from the inner city projects, right? The ones who become rappers, athletes, and entertainers. And they have much more influence on that community than what those types of people have in a community like the white community, or the Indian American community, or the Vietnamese American community, or the Chinese American community. And they typically bring a set of values with them that keep that community going round and round in this never-ending cycle, right? And having people wondering what's wrong with those people, right? And they're also funded by many of the white folks, and both of them together, right? They eat lunch off of that community and suck the energy all out of that community, suck it dry, right? And they're the ones that are highly influential to the youth, right? Just as they were in the 1950s when this book was written. Let's continue. Their prestige is owing partly to the glamour of their personalities, but more especially to their financial success, which is due to their support by the white world. That's what we just talked about right here. They're funding it, and both of them together are eating off of that community, right? And it keeps that community because it keeps projecting those type of values, those type of morals in that community, and those type of deeds and actions in that community, and it keeps them suppressed while groups of them keep eating and coming up, right? And they're working together collectively, eating breakfast, lunch, and dinner off of that community. And that community stays down because they don't have the right values, morals, and the right culture to climb out of it, right? But they're working in there hand in hand. Let's continue. The black bourgeoisie is also being recruited from the successful underworld Negroes who have gained their money from gambling, prostitution, bootlegging, and the numbers, right? It's coming from all the people whose home resides down in the underworld, right? Today you can add the drug dealers to that list as well. Let's continue. The old upper class in the Negro community erected an impenetrable barrier between themselves and Negroes who represented the sporting and criminal world. And why did they do that? So their offspring wouldn't be infected with those types of values and they wouldn't be influenced by those types of people. That's why separation is a very powerful tool when it's used for the right reason, right? It's a foolish thing to think that you can unite all people in all areas of life. It just doesn't work that way. Sometimes the best thing to do is just to separate from people, just like this older upper class of blacks did. Let's continue. Since such Negroes were generally able to handle more money than the majority of Negroes, with the emergence of the new black bourgeoisie, the standards of consumption, which the sporting and criminal elements are able to maintain, have become the measure of success among the black middle class. The standards which they set are emulated by Negroes in the professional classes, doctors, dentists, and lawyers, and even teachers, as far as they are able to do so. But more important still, in order to secure the money necessary to maintain these standards, Negro professional men engage in the same rackets as the successful Negroes in the underworld. Consequently, among the black bourgeoisie, an expensive automobile, a palatial residence, and a yacht bring more recognition to a doctor than some achievements in medicine. And is that still true today in that community? And will it still be true in the next 70 years? Think about it. At the summer resort where the black bourgeoisie gather to display their wealth, the descendants of the old respectable families must defer to the underworld elements who, through their money, have risen to the top of Negro society. That's who has risen to the top of the black community. The lower class underworld Negroes who brought certain values with them that they inherited from the pits of slavery, right? They took over the head of the black community, and it is they who have the largest influence within that community. So I want you to think about that. Having abandoned their social heritage and being rejected by the white world, the black bourgeoisie have an intense feeling of inferiority, constantly seeking various forms of recognition and place great value upon status symbols in order to compensate for their inferiority complex, right? Thinking that material possessions were going to gain them some recognition in the world, and that's just not the case. Right? Material things, they're just material things. And that's how we need to look at them, right? They're just material things. And although material things do enhance our comfort in the physical world, obtaining them should never be placed in priority above the intangible possessions that come from within, right? Things like understanding, respect, peace, originality, integrity, sincerity, and empathy, right? And so I want you to think about this. And I want you to think about this entire lesson as you continue on your journey moving into the free world. And so I want to thank you for watching all the way into the end. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world.
The small number of blacks who were free in colonial times were joined over the generations by increasing numbers of blacks who were either released from bondage or who escaped on their own.
This is talking about a small group of blacks who didn't spend much time in slavery because they were either set free by their owners or they eventually found some way to escape and find freedom on their own. And so many of these people, they would find themselves in the North where they would experience a completely different reality from the rest of the blacks who stayed in chains until the Emancipation Proclamation. But understand that this reality didn't last that long because those blacks from the South, they eventually followed suit. And when they did, they came to the North and took those communities by storm. And we'll see this as we continue reading in the book Black Rednecks and White Liberals by Dr. Thomas Sowell.
The growth of this largely unacculturated population, fugitives in the rough, in the words of Black historian Carter G. Woodson, in northern cities during the first half of the 19th century brought both social barriers and discriminatory laws barring Black children from schools and Black adults from equal access to public accommodations.
We're still talking about those who were freed early or escaped. And so they came to the North and they were unacculturated, or they had not taken on the culture of the dominant society. And so this presented a problem at this time to where the children and the adults didn't legally have access to certain things. So this is upon their early arrival to the North.
Yet, as these Black communities grew more acculturated over time and began to rise economically, these laws and practices began to be relaxed in many northern cities in the latter part of the 19th century.
So they started getting with the program and they changed up their culture. And as a result, they started being allowed to have access to certain things and to integrate into these people's neighborhoods.
Writing in 1899, W.E.B. Du Bois noted a growing liberal spirit toward the Negro in Philadelphia, in which the community was disposed to throw off the trammels, brush away petty hindrances, and to soften the harshness of race prejudice, leading, among other things, to Blacks being able to live in white neighborhoods.
Which was probably some of those people's life goal, which is absolutely crazy, but we can see how this relationship was changing once they acculturated. So let's go ahead and see some more.
In Detroit, Blacks who had been denied the vote in 1850 were voting in the 1880s, and in the 1890s, Blacks were being elected to public office by a predominantly white electorate in Michigan.
And understand that this was happening way before the Civil Rights Act, and also that this was happening in a major city at this time.
The Black upper class in Detroit at that time had regular social interactions with whites, and their children attended high schools and colleges with whites. In Illinois during this same era, legal restrictions on access to public accommodations for Blacks were removed from the law, even though there were not enough Black voters at the time to influence public policy, so that this represented changes in white public opinion. By all indications, northern Black urban communities were themselves becoming cleaner, safer, and more orderly during this era of improving race relations. So changes in white public opinion were not merely inexplicable mood swings.
Why were their neighborhoods becoming cleaner, safer, and more orderly? Because they dropped that slave culture and they picked up a different culture that was more appropriate for living in an urban area. And now what happened? They had more in common with those who identified as white. So it was expected that their relationship would improve, and it did. And so Dr. Thomas Sowell is saying that this was not some type of random mood swing, right? It was actually a change in the character and the culture of the people that changed their relationship.
Neither were there later retrogressions in race relations in the North, which followed a massive influx of Black migrants from the South, Black rednecks, at the beginning of the 20th century.
It's about to get spicy, because that relationship that they had developed was eventually destroyed when the great migration of Black people from the South came into the North after being freed. And so Dr. Thomas Sowell calls them the Black rednecks, but that's what I simply call just Black people, because they represent what the colonizers had in mind when they invented the Negro, right? And so Black people who were newly released from the chains, they came up to the North and they brought that real Black culture with them.
As late as 1890, 9/10 of all Blacks in the United States still lived in the South, but those who lived in northern urban communities were largely from families long settled there.
90% of them lived in the South. And what this shows is the relatively small amount that lived in the North during this time. And it also helps understand why it was easier for those in the North to acculturate. And that's because they didn't have such a large group of countercultural Black people influencing them and holding them back.
Most Blacks living in New York State, for example, were born in New York State. In short, there were settled communities in both regions, and by all indications, the northern Black communities at that time were acculturating to the norms of the northern white society around them. But all of that changed radically within a relatively few years, as massive migrations from the South not only enlarged northern Black communities, but transformed them culturally.
Black people came from the South with that enticing slave Black culture. And it took those acculturated Blacks in the North by storm. And it was way too many of them, and their influence was just way too strong.
In 1900, for the first time, more than half of all Blacks living in New York State had been born outside that state. Newcomers from the South became growing majorities in northern urban black communities in other states as well. The record-breaking migrations of blacks from the South to the North during the first decade of the 20th century was nearly tripled during the second decade, and that in turn was almost doubled again during the decade of the 1920s.
A whole bunch of black people coming to town.
Moreover, the proportion of these migrants coming from the Deep South, as distinguished from the Upper South, increased over time, which meant that the least educated and least acculturated became a growing proportion of the black migrant population moving into the northern cities. There were about 30,000 blacks living in Chicago in 1900, but this grew to well over 100,000 by 1920 and more than 277,000 by 1940.
And look at the black communities today in Chicago. Washington Park, Inglewood. These areas are steeped with violence, and the people there are primarily the descendants of these black people who came from the South with that slave black culture and that slave way of thinking.
We always in the trenches. Playing to our own risk, baby. Everybody up there gone.
Hey, where your phone at, Deuce? Look, on this traffic, folks. All this traffic. No, stay right there. We ain't on that, folks.
And the little Gen 5s on the spanking.
In Detroit, the black population grew from a little more than 4,000 in 1900 to more than 40,000 in 1920 and over 149,000 by 1940.
And eventually, what happened to Detroit? It reached its peak population in the 1950s with over 1.8 million people. And then eventually, after so many of those black people came in, most of the whites, they got up out of there. They started leaving the city. And so in 2024, it has just over 600,000 people left, right? And with just about 80% black people. And then on top of that, it's ranked for many years, at least in the top 5 most dangerous cities in America. And so these are the people who came over there and they settled in that land and they brought that culture with them and that mindset, and it evolved over time. And so you can go to Detroit in person, or you can look at Detroit online and you can see exactly what it has evolved into today. And so we have to be honest with this full thing in order to get out of the pit. You have to be honest with it and deal with it.
But I got me a few.
New York City's black population was a little more than 60,000 in 1900, but grew to more than 150,000 by 1920 and more than 450,000 by 1940. Writing in the midst of these massive migrations, historian Carter G. Woodson predicted, "The maltreatment of the Negro will be nationalized by this exodus." This is what had happened 100 years earlier, and now it happened again. The sheer numbers of these new black migrants from the South not only overwhelmed the relatively small black populations in northern cities demographically in the early 20th century, their very different behavior patterns shocked both blacks and whites at the time, as witnessed by adverse comments from earlier black settlers and the black press, denouncing the new arrivals from the South as vulgar, rowdy, unwashed, and criminal.
You see that? They came with a very different behavior, and even the people in the North who still thought of themselves as black people, they even had to speak out against it, right? They thought those black people from the South were vulgar, rowdy, and criminal, right? And the biggest mistake that they made, the ones in the North, is that they continued identifying with those people, and they lumped themselves in there with that group.
Nor were these conclusions without foundation. For example, a study in early 20th century Pennsylvania found that the rate of violent crimes by blacks who had migrated there was nearly 5 times the rate of such crimes by blacks born in Pennsylvania.
Where did they learn the violence from? That slave setting in the South. Many of those slave masters were violent too, right? And the slave atmosphere is designed to make the most animal part of a person come out. And so I can imagine violence being a norm under those circumstances. But they brought that mentality with them to the normal society, and that's the big problem.
In Washington, the rate of births out of wedlock more than doubled with a large influx of Southern blacks during the late 19th century. One indication of the white reaction was that blacks no longer remained as free to live in white neighborhoods.
Access to the white community denied, and it eventually became hard to distinguish between who was who. All of them were calling themselves black people or Negroes, and most of them were acting abnormal in the eyes of the whites. And so they played it safe. And what did they do? They banned everyone who was classified as Negro from coming into those communities. And I don't blame them one bit when you look at it from their perspective.
This represented a major retrogression in race relations.
This is when things went downhill, and for the most part, it's still this way to this very day. And so the message is for people who are looking to finally grow completely away from the slave and colonizer identities. And one thing that I understand, and that you have to understand as well, is that most people are not anywhere near this phase of development, but some are, right? And that's who these videos are for, to help you climb rung by rung out of the pit to get into the free world where life is much better and it makes more sense. And so this is the end of part 9 commentary on the book here, Black Rednecks and White Liberals by Dr. Thomas Sowell. And I want to thank you for watching all the way until the end. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world. How were blacks going to be saved, and who was going to save them? In 1903, activist W.E.B. Du Bois, he provided an answer to these questions in his essay titled The Talented Tenth. So let's see if we can get into the mind of Du Bois and determine if what he said was a good, workable solution. And so let's go in here to this book here, the Booker T. Washington collection, and let's turn in here to page 21, where it says this: the Negro race, like all races, is going to be saved by its exceptional men. And hearing this, the first question that should come to mind is, saved from what? Right? What are these exceptional men supposed to save the Negro from? Let's see what he says. The problem of education, then, among Negroes must first of all deal with the talented tenth. It is the problem of developing the best of this race that they may guide the mass away from the contamination and death of the worst in their own and other races. That's what he's saying, that these exceptional, talented Negroes are supposed to save the others from, right? From being sucked into the ways and into the thinkings of the contaminated people from within their own group and from members of the other groups, right? Let's continue. Now, the training of men is a difficult and intricate task. Its technique is a matter for educational experts, but its object is for the vision of seers. And so the teaching is supposed to be done by educational experts, but the goals of these teachings is supposed to be managed by the seers, or the people who have foresight into the future, right? People who can see the final product of this training and what it will produce as a result. Let's continue. If we make money the object of man training, we shall develop money makers, but not necessarily men. And that's true. If money's the end goal, then you'll have a whole bunch of people who know how to make money, and that's about it. You'll end up with a whole community that mirrors what we see today, right? Where the dollar is the primary goal of most Western people. Here we go. If we make technical skill the object of education, we may possess artisans, but not in nature men. And if skills are made the only object of education, then you'll have a whole bunch of people with skills, but not men. And he's going to explain what he means by men as we continue. Men we shall have only as we make manhood the object of the work of the schools. Intelligence, broad sympathy, knowledge of the world that was and is, and of the relation of men to it. This is the curriculum of that higher education which must underlie true life. And that's what he's describing as men. People who are knowledgeable about the world around them, who are aware of history, who are intelligent and able to acquire information and then put that information into practical use. That's what he's talking about right here. Now, he didn't address character, which is essential, but he's going to address it later on in the essay. So let's continue. On this foundation, we may build breadwinning, skill of hand, and quickness of brain, with never a fear lest the child and man mistake the means of living for the object of life. And so when the object is the making of the person, then money and skills comes as a consequence. And so he's saying, don't get it twisted and confuse money making or developing skills as the goals of life, right? It's the other way around. It's the development of the person. Let's continue. If this be true, and who can deny it, 3 tasks lay before me. First, to show from the past that the talented tenth, as they have risen among American Negroes, have been worthy of leadership. Secondly, to show how these men may be educated and developed. And thirdly, to show their relation to the Negro population. And so he continues in this essay and he pleads his case on how the talented Negroes have risen up in certain leadership positions and have created impact, right? And so from here, let's go on to page 23, where we can get a preview on what he's talking about. Here we go. Too little notice has been taken of the work which the talented 10th among Negroes took in the great abolition crusade. From the very day that a Philadelphia colored man became the first subscriber to Garrison's Liberator, to the day when Negro soldiers made the Emancipation Proclamation possible, black leaders worked shoulder to shoulder with white men in the movement, the success of which would have been impossible without them. And you'll find both black and white leaders linked together on both ends of the spectrum. On one end, trying to genuinely help the blacks, and on the other end, trying to capitalize off the plight of the blacks, right, for their own gain. And today, what you're going to find most of, those two linked together for the purpose of exploiting that community for their own gain. Let's continue. There was Purvis and Raymond, Pennington and Highland Garnett, Sojourner Truth and Alexander Crummell, and above all, Frederick Douglass. What would the abolition movement have been without them? And his point is that these exceptional Negro figures created great change. Let's continue. They stood as living examples of the possibilities of the Negro race. Their own hard experiences and well-wrought culture said silently more than all the drawn periods of orators. They were the men who made American slavery impossible. As Maria Weston Chapman once said, from the school of anti-slavery agitation, a throng of authors, editors, lawyers, orators, and accomplished gentlemen of color have taken their degree. It has equally implanted hopes and aspirations, noble thoughts and sublime purposes in the hearts of both races. It has prepared the white man for the freedom of the black man, and it has made the black man scorn the thought of enslavement, as does the white man, as far as its influence has extended. Before its organization, the country only saw here and there in slavery some faithful Cujos or Dina whose strong natures blossomed even in bondage, like a fine plant beneath a heavy stone. Now, under the elevating and cherishing influence of the American anti-slavery society, the colored race, like the white, furnishes Corinthian capitals for the noblest temples. Where were these black abolitionists trained? Some, like Frederick Douglass, were self-trained, but yet trained liberally. Others, like Alexander Crummell and McCune Smith, graduated from famous foreign universities. Most of them rose up through the colored schools of New York and Philadelphia and Boston, taught by college-bred men like Russwurm or Dartmouth, and college-bred white men like New and Benezet. And the point that he's making here is that the leaders who created those changes were trained and mostly college educated, and he's contributing that education to their success in shaping and changing the society. Let's continue. After emancipation came a new group of educated and gifted leaders: Langston, Bruce and Eliot, Grinner, Williams and Payne. Through political organization, historical and polemic writing, and moral regeneration, these men strove to uplift their people. It is the fashion of today to sneer at them and to say that with freedom, Negro leadership should have begun at the plow and not in the Senate. A foolish and mischievous lie. And so people were saying that black leadership should have started at the plow, or with training people to have skills, and not in the political area. But Du Bois is not having that at all. 250 years that black serf toiled at the plow, and yet the toiling was in vain, till the Senate passed the war amendments. And 250 years more, the half-free serfs of today may toil at his plow, but unless he have political rights and righteously guarded civic status, he will still remain the poverty-stricken and ignorant plaything of rascals that he now is. And so he's basically saying that blacks could have all the skills that they wanted, right? But if they were not protected under the law and were afforded the same rights as everyone else, then they basically would have remained in the same condition. And so his argument was that political rights were necessary, and they were just as necessary as the exceptional people who fought for them. Let's continue. This all sane men know, even if they dare not say it. And so we come to the present, a day of cowardice and vacillation of strident, widened-voiced wrong and faint-hearted compromise, of double-faced dallying with truth and right. Who are today guiding the work of the Negro people? And so that's the question that he's asking. Here we go. The exceptions, of course. And remember, this was written in 1903. That would not be the same answer today. Let's continue. And yet, so sure as this talented tenth is pointed out, the blind worshippers of the average cry out in alarm. These are exceptions. Look here at death, disease, and crime. These are the happy rule. Of course these are the rule, because a silly nation made them the rule. And who's the silly nation that made it a rule? It's talking about America, and specifically the greedy white leadership at that time. And now how did they do this? Let's see what Du Bois has to say. Because for 3 long centuries, this people lynched Negroes who dared to be brave, raped black women who dared to be virtuous, crushed rich-hued youth who dared to be ambitious, and encouraged and made to flourish servility and lewdness and apathy. And that's how they invented black people. They created the environment and they set up the circumstances, which is why he's saying that it encouraged and it made to flourish servility, or an excessive willingness to serve or to be a servant, lewdness, which is indecent behavior, and apathy, which is a lack of concern, right? A lack of concern for anything. Let's continue. But not even this was able to crush all manhood and chastity and aspiration from black folk. A saving remnant continually survives and persists, continually aspires, continually shows itself in thrift and ability and character. And that's all that it was back then, and that's all it is today. And so the message that's delivered is for those people who strive and persist today and will eventually climb all the way out of the pit and experience a new reality in this lifetime, right? We're not talking about waiting until death to go to some heaven. We're talking about seeing the kingdom come on earth. Let's continue. Exceptional it is, to be sure, but this is its chiefest promise. It shows the capability of Negro blood, the promise of black men. Now, this was the promise in 1903, but today I'm telling you that it's another promise for those who grow out of the identity and the consciousness of blackness altogether. But let's continue. Do Americans ever stop to reflect that there are in this land 1 million of Negro blood, well-educated, owners of homes, against the honor of whose womanhood no breath was ever raised, whose men occupy positions of trust and usefulness, and who, judged by any standard, have reached the full measure of the best type of modern European culture. And so these are the exceptional people that he's referring to. Here we go. Is it fair? Is it decent? Is it Christian to ignore these facts of the Negro problem, to belittle such aspiration, to nullify such leadership, and seek to crush these people back into the mass out of which by toil and travail they and their fathers have raised themselves? Can the masses of the Negro people be in any possible way more quickly raised than by the effort and example of this aristocracy of talent and character? And so he's asking, is there any faster way to raise these other blacks out of the pit than by the example that was left and by the help of these other blacks who he's calling elite in both character and talent, right? Is there any other faster way? That's the question. Was there ever a nation on God's fair earth civilized from the bottom upward? Meaning, has there ever been a people from the very bottom of the pit with the least developed talents and character who have civilized an entire nation? Let's continue. Never. It is ever and ever will be from the top downward that culture filters. And to an extent, he has a point, because civilization is very complex and it's something that can only be established by very knowledgeable people, right? But the problem is that many times these very knowledgeable people, they don't have the people's best interest in mind. They have their own interest in mind, right? And many times their interest runs contrary to the interest of the people. And that's how you have a society like America set up systematically with the black and white racial classification, which serves and still does serve the interest of the people who exploit that system. But it does not serve the best interest of the average citizen, right? It does not. But Du Bois, he's making a point that the elite types of people, they have the largest influence on culture, right? And it trickles down into the masses. Now watch this. The talented tenth rises and pulls all that are worth the saving up to their vantage ground. Now notice that he says all that are worth the saving, which means what? That there are people who are not worth saving, right? And he's clear on this. And this still applies today. The final phase of freedom is a call out of blackness, and everyone that's in blackness is not worth saving. And why is that? It's because many of them like where they are, right? And they have no desire to change anything, right? They're over there partying in the pit, and they have decided to remain in the pit, which is why it's not worth spending any mental resources on trying to pull people out of the pit and get people to do things that they don't want to do. And there's a lot of people who don't want to do anything, but there are a few who do. And those are the people who I'm talking to, and that's it. And that's all Du Bois was talking about as well, right? The talented 10th pulling up those who are worth the saving. Let's continue. This is the history of human progress. And the two historic mistakes which have hindered that progress were the thinking first that no more could ever rise save the few already risen, which there are people who have these same thoughts today. Here we go. Or second, that it would be better the unrisen to pull the risen down. Pull the risen down where? Down into the pit, right? And many people will do that if you allow them to. Here we go. How then shall the leaders of a struggling people be trained and the hands of the risen few strengthened? There can be just one answer. The best and the most capable of their youth must be schooled in the colleges and universities of the land. So through colleges and universities was how he believed that this capable youth was supposed to be trained. Let's continue. We will not quarrel as to just what the University of the Negro should teach or how it should teach it. Willingly admit that each soul and each race soul needs its own peculiar curriculum. And so it appears that he's talking about creating Negro universities. And for what purpose? He talked about it in the beginning. For the purpose of making men, right? And so he wanted to use the university as a tool to shape the minds, the skill, and the character of the Negro. Let's continue. But this is true. A university is a human invention for the transmission of knowledge and culture from generation to generation through the training of quick minds and pure hearts. And for this work, no other human invention will suffice, not even trade and industrial schools. Now, we have to remember that this solution was presented in 1903. And to some extent, a lot of blacks followed this approach and they became educated over the years. But the question is, what happened with that education? It created money makers, right? And a bunch of individuals who were out for themselves, which was against the ideas that Du Bois had in his mind. And it was also against what some of the Negroes from his generation were about. And so right now what we're going to do is we're going to read about some of these educated blacks that were around during his time. And let's see what they were about. Here we go. Of these graduates, 2,079 were men and 252 were women. 50% of northern-born college men come south to work among the masses of their people at a sacrifice which few people realize. Nearly 90% of the southern-born graduates, instead of seeking that personal freedom and broader intellectual atmosphere which their training has led them in some degree to conceive, stay and labor and wait in the midst of their black neighbors and relatives. And so they didn't take the enticing route of individualism. They postponed their personal interest and they came back to help the ones who were worth helping that came from their community. And as a matter of fact, someone who really understands community is someone whose personal interest is also in alignment with the community interest, right? It's an I win when the community wins type of mentality. And some of those blacks had that mentality. Let's continue. These figures illustrate vividly the function of the college-bred Negro. He is, as he ought to be, the group leader, the man who sets the ideals of the community where he lives, directs its thoughts, and heads its social movements. And every community needs leaders. It needs leaders who have a vision for the people and who have a vision that has the people's best interest in mind, right? And not only is this true for things like a community, it's also true for other things like businesses as well. There needs to be people who lead the business in a certain direction, because like the Bible says, where there is no vision, the people perish. So the right leadership is paramount, right? And it doesn't have to come from college educated people or people who have all types of money, right? But it does require intelligent people and people with pure intentions who set good moral and action examples. Let's continue. It need hardly be argued that the Negro people need social leadership more than most groups, that they have no tradition to fall back upon, no long established customs, no strong family ties, no well-defined social classes. This was the hand that was dealt to black people. Now, I will say that blacks did have a tradition and they did have customs, but it's just that most of those traditions and those customs that they developed were not designed to pull people out of the pit. They were developed to survive in the pit and to make the pit of slavery as comfortable as possible, which any human would have done. But once people are no longer required to remain in the pit, then they have to create an entirely different culture that is designed to pull them out of the pit, which takes a completely different mentality and a completely different approach than that which was developed in the pit. Can you see that? Let's continue. All these things must be slowly and painfully evolved. And that's why he's saying that. All these things must be painfully evolved, because you have to squeeze out a new personality, right? Which is uncomfortable for a lot of people to do, because what they have done is they have become attached to their current personality and worldview. And they believe that this is the only one and real version of themselves. But I'm telling you that there's many avatars for each human. And the power that's working through each human is able to reconstruct the personality, right? And although this does take time and effort, it's absolutely worth the effort that you put in. Understand. Here we go. The preacher was, even before the war, the group leader of the Negroes, and the church their greatest social institution. Naturally, this preacher was ignorant and too often immoral, and the problem of replacing the older type by better educated men has been a difficult one. And so Du Bois is saying that the church was the greatest social institution, which it was, for the Negro. But the preacher didn't know a lot, right? And he was often immoral. And since this preacher was a great influence on the blacks, it was in the best interest to replace this type of teacher with someone who was intelligent and also more ethical, right? But this was a difficult task, and I can imagine so. Here we go. Both by direct work and by direct influence on other preachers and on congregations, the college-bred preacher has an opportunity for reformatory work and moral inspiration, the value of which cannot be overestimated. It has, however, been in the furnishing of teachers that the Negro College has found its peculiar function. Few persons realize how vast a work, how mighty a revolution has been thus accomplished. To furnish 5 million or more ignorant people with teachers of their own race and blood in one generation was not only a very difficult undertaking, but a very important one, in that it placed before the eyes of almost every Negro child an attainable ideal. Now, he's still making his case for using the educated elite to lift the Negro from out of the pit, right? The ones who are worth saving. Let's continue. It brought the masses of the blacks in contact with modern civilization, made black men the leaders of their communities and trainers of the new generation. In this work, college-bred Negroes were first teachers and then teachers of teachers. And here it is that the broad culture of college work has been of peculiar value. Knowledge of life in its wider meaning has been to the point of the Negro's deepest ignorance, and the sending out of teachers whose training has not been simply for breadwinning, but also for human culture, has been of inestimable value in the training of these men. And that's referring to the people who have their heart in the community and not primarily on the mighty dollar. Let's see some more. The problem of training the Negro is today immensely complicated by the fact that the whole question of the efficiency and appropriateness of our present system of education for any kind of child is a matter of active debate, in which final settlement seems still afar off. Consequently, it often happens that persons arguing for or against certain systems of education for Negroes have these controversies in mind and miss the real question at issue. The main question, so as far as the Southern Negro is concerned, is what, under the present circumstance, must a system of education do in order to raise the Negro as quickly as possible in the scale of civilization? Right? And that's the question. What must this system of education do to raise the Negro out of the pit to bring him up to a certain level of civilization? Now, here's his answer. The answer to this question seems to me clear. It must strengthen the Negro's character, increase his knowledge, and teach him to earn a living. That's what was clear to Mr. Du Bois, right? The character, first and foremost, needed to be strengthened. The knowledge needed to be increased, and the skills needed to be increased. That's the complete package right there. And what people want to do today is focus on just making a living and getting the biggest dollar that they can get, while neglecting the character and also neglecting the part of gaining knowledge, right? And you have to understand that just because somebody makes a lot of money, it doesn't mean that they have good character. There are plenty of people, which we all know, that make millions of dollars but have poor character. And people do not want to be around those types of people other than for financial reasons, right? So all three of these things that Mr. Du Bois just named have to be addressed when going through life. Let's get some more. Now, it goes without saying that it is hard to do all these things simultaneously or suddenly, and that at the same time, it will not do to give all the attention to one and neglect the others. We could give the black boys trades, but that alone will not civilize a race of ex-slaves. We might simply increase their knowledge of the world, but this will not necessarily make them wish to use this knowledge honestly. We might seek to strengthen character and purpose, but to what end if this people have nothing to eat or to wear? Which brings it back full circle as to why people need to address each one of these. You see that? Let's get some more. A system of education is not one thing, nor does it have a single definite object, nor is it a mere matter of schools. Education is that whole system of human training within and without the schoolhouse walls, which molds and develops men. If then we start out to train an ignorant and unskilled people with a heritage of bad habits, our system of training must set before itself two great aims. The one dealing with knowledge and character, the other part seeming to give the child the technical knowledge necessary for him to earn a living under the present circumstances. These objects are accomplished in part by the opening of the common schools on the one and of the industrial schools on the other. But only in part, for there must also be trained those who are to teach these schools, men and women of knowledge and culture and technical skill who understand modern civilization and have the training and aptitude to impart it to the children under them. And remember that these teachers were to be pure-hearted, right? And not people who were just looking for another opportunity just to make money, right? That's not what he's talking about. Let's continue. There must be teachers and teachers of teachers, and to attempt to establish any sort of system of common and industrial school training without first, and I say advisedly, without first providing for the higher training of the very best teachers is simply throwing your money to the winds. And so he's saying that it's a waste of money to set up such a school system without having highly trained teachers. Let's get some more. Schoolhouses do not teach themselves. Piles of brick and mortar and machinery do not send out men. It is the trained, living human soul, cultivated and strengthened by long study and thought, that breathes the real breath of life into boys and girls and makes them human, whether they be black or white, Greek, Russian, or American. If Hampton, Tuskegee, and the 100 other industrial schools prove in the future to be as successful as they deserve to be, then their success in training black artisans for the South will be due primarily to the white colleges of the North and the black colleges of the South, which train the teachers which today conduct these institutions. And so now he's addressing Booker T. Washington's institution, which was directed towards building skills, right? And he's saying that if this institution was to succeed, which he wants it to, then it would be due to the trained teachers who went to these other colleges, who then prepared them to run these institutions like Tuskegee, right? Let's continue. I would not deny, or for a moment seem to deny, the paramount necessity of teaching the Negro to work, and to work steadily and skillfully. or seem to depreciate in the slightest degree the important part industrial schools must play in the accomplishment of these ends. But I do say, and insist upon it, that it is industrialism drunk with its vision of success to imagine that its own work can be accomplished without providing for the training of broadly cultured men and women to teach its own teachers and to teach the teachers of the public schools. But I have already said that human education is not simply a matter of schools. It is much more a matter of family and group life, the training of one's home, of one's daily companions, of one's social class, which is very true. And so he's talking about making everyone participate in this process of education, right? Starting from the house and the family to the friends and extending all the way out into the actual school. All parties need to do their part in the creation of the community, right? If the school is proficient, if the parents are involved, if the entire neighborhood is on the same page, then you've created a highly influential atmosphere which significantly increases the children's chances of succeeding. And it is this system that groups like the Hasidic Jews in America have figured out, right? They figured out this system, and they have created environments which include the right types of people and exclude all the other types of people who are not with the program, right? And that's the direction that the Earpoise people are going, right? Let's continue. Now, the black boy of the South moves in a black world, a world with its own leaders, its own thoughts, its own ideals. And this is the mass mind of the blacks that we talk about, which contain certain ideas, thoughts, standards, and beliefs, right? Here we go. In this world, he gets by far the largest part of his life training. And through the eyes of this dark world, he peers into the veiled world beyond. Who guides and determines the education which he receives in his world? His teachers here are group leaders of the Negro people, the physicians, the clergymen, the trained fathers and mothers, the influential and forceful men about him of all kinds. Here it is, if at all, that the culture of the surrounding world trickles through and is handed on by the graduates of the higher schools, right? And so these are supposed to be the cultured men and women who impart knowledge and wisdom into the younger child, right, within their neighborhood, so they can see things from a different perspective. These people are supposed to have the child's best interest in mind and have something of some type of substance to teach the children, right? And in today's time, they don't have to come from the universities or the colleges. They can come from people who are genuine, who have developed themselves, who are making something of their lives, and are community-centered people, right? Those are the types of people. Let's get some more. Can such culture training of group leaders be neglected? Can we afford to ignore it? Do you think that if the leaders of thought among Negroes are not trained and educated thinkers, that they will have no leadership? On the contrary, 100 half-trained demagogues will still hold the places they so largely occupy now, and hundreds of vociferous busybodies will multiply. And so the demagogues are people who exploit the prejudices and the false beliefs of the common people. They basically tell you what you want to hear and not what you need to hear. And they do this in order to gain favor with the people so they can either get power, money, or some type of authority over other people, right? And they're all over the place, right? These are the people who tell blacks that they can't make it because of racism or white supremacy. These are the ones who justify people's fears and allow people to accept themselves being in a condition that they're in, right? And blaming it on other people, right? And they do this in exchange for people's votes or to gain some type of leadership position, right? These are the demagogues, and they run rampant in the black community. They're in all communities, but they're by the thousands in the black community, right? And what Du Bois is saying is that if the leaders are not well trained and educated, then the leaders are going to come from these demagogues who were present at that time. And Booker T. Washington, he also talks about it too, that there's another class of colored people, right? Some of these people do not want the Negroes to lose their grievance because they will lose their jobs, right? That's what he says. And it's even truer for today. Now let's keep going. You have no choice. Either you will help furnish this ranks from within its own ranks with thoughtful men of trained leadership, or you must suffer the evil consequences of a headless, misguided rabble. So the option that he laid out is either have thoughtful and well-trained leaders, or evil is coming to town from a headless, misguided rabble, which means from a lower class people or people who are disorganized. And so that was the prediction that Mr. Du Bois made, right? And so from here, let's go over to page 38 and let's see a little bit more about some of these stronger warnings that Mr. Du Bois left. Here we go. Men of America, the problem is plain before you. Here is a race transplanted through the criminal foolishness of your fathers. The fathers are the European slaveholders and the West African slave catchers, right? Those two conspired together to make this transplant happen. Let's get some more. Whether you like it or not, millions are here, and here they will remain. Uh-oh, here's the warning. If you do not lift them up, they will pull you down. That's the warning that W.E.B. Du Bois left. If you don't lift them up, you're coming down to the pit with them, right? That's what he's talking about. Let's continue. Education and work are the levers to uplift a people. Work alone will not do it unless inspired by the right ideals and guided by intelligence. Education must not simply teach work, it must teach life. The talented tenth of the Negro race must be made leaders of thought and missionaries of culture among their people. No others can do this work, and Negro colleges must train men for it. The Negro race, like all other races, is going to be saved by its exceptional men. And so that was the snippet of the solution to the Negro problem. The exceptional talented 10% of the Negroes were to get educated and then bring their wider view of the world back to the community and instill education and culture in the rest of the 90%, or more specifically, those who were worth saving, right? And in addition to that, the preachers, the family, and the other influential members of the community, they were also supposed to be educated so they can have a proper influence on the up and coming youth within the Negro community. And so the message was to rely on the members that come from within the Negro community, right? To lend out a lifting hand for the worthy ones who were stuck in the pit, right? And overall, I think this was a pretty good plan for that time, right? But now that we've had well over 100 more years of history to consider, the problem has changed and transformed. And we can clearly see that that is not a feasible solution to save an entire Negro people, right? This plan right here, or any other similar type of plan, it requires a vast amount of participation with all members within a community. Blacks today vary significantly in their interest and in their goals for their lives. And most of them have bought into the concept of individualism, right? And they have no concern whatsoever for an actual community, right? None whatsoever. So trying to save an entire group of blacks, this makes no sense today. The only viable objective that's left is to first reject the black identity, then gather together with other like-minded people to create new ethnic identities, right? And to create new agendas within that collective, right? Based on culture, character, and community development, right? And so these people, they'll come from all walks of life, right? University educated, right? Educated in trades. They'll have a lot of money, right? They can have little money, right? But the thing that they will all have in common, or the things that they will have in common, is a commitment to character, culture, and community development, right? And that's the only thing that's left for today. That's it. And so hopefully this has been able to help you out and has given you some light to find your way on the path. And so I want to thank you for watching all the way into the end. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world. The Negro is the product of an American experience. And during this experience, Negroes developed certain characteristics and cultural practices which shaped and still do shape the way that they interact with the world. And so H.T. Killing, who was the son of former slaves, an activist, and a committed leader to helping the descendants of slaves, he wrote an essay in 1903 describing the characteristics of the Negro people. And so we can find this account in this book here called the Booker T. Washington Collections. And we can go on here to page 68, where it says this: the characteristics of the Negro are of two kinds, inborn and inbred. And so there are two kinds of characteristics that killing attributes to the Negro. There's inborn and there's inbred, which is what this entire video is going to be about, right? And so he's going to explain what they both are. Let's continue. As they reveal themselves to us, this distinction may not be seen, but it exists. Inborn qualities are ineradicable. They belong to the blood. They constitute individuality. They are independent, or nearly so, of time and habitat. So he believed that these qualities could not be erased or changed within humans, and basically they're genetic. Now, I don't believe that the characteristics that he names in his book cannot be changed, but in his view, they couldn't, right? So in a bit, we're going to find out more about these inborn characteristics. Let's continue. Inbred qualities are acquired and are the result of experience. And so these characteristics are what he's describing as things that are picked up through the environment, through experience, through society, and so forth, right? And so these are basically learned habits and learned tendencies. Let's continue. They may be overcome by a reversal of the process which created them. And so these are the things which you as the human, connected with the innermost creative power, can change, right? These are the things that are within your control and that you can modify. And I understand both the inbred and the inborn characteristics that he names in this book to be both things that can be changed by the human. Let's continue. The fundamental or inborn characteristics of the Negro may be found in the African as well as the American Negro. But the inbred characteristics of the latter, which is the Negro, belong to the American life alone. And so these inbred or these learned characteristics that he describes in this book only belong to the American Negro. And why is that? Because these are the characteristics that the Negro picked up during slavery, right? And in that slave experience. And so we're going to see what these are when we get into that section. Let's continue. There is but one human nature, made up of constituent elements the same in all men, and racial or national differences arise from predominance of one or another element in this or that race. It is a question of proportion, meaning that all the people are made up of the same characteristics, but the question is how much or how less a group expresses any one of those characteristics, right? The proportion that he's referring to. Let's continue. The Negro is not a Caucasian, not a Chinese, not an Indian, though no psychological quality is in the one absent from the other. The same moral sense, called conscious, the same love of harmony in color or sound, the same pleasure in acquiring knowledge, the same love of truth in word or of fitness in relation, the same love of respect and approbation, the same vengeful or benevolent feelings, the same appetites belong to all, but in varying proportions. And this is true because all humans possess the same characteristics, but those expressions vary in degree or proportion, like he's explaining. And so culture and experience, these are two ways that determine the degree in which a quality or characteristic is going to be expressed by a person or a group, right? And so from here, let's go into find out what killing is going to describe as the inborn characteristics or the natural characteristics of the Negro that he's describing in 1903. Here we go. He is intensely religious. True religion is based upon a belief in the supernatural, upon faith and feeling. A people deeply superstitious are apt to be deeply religious, for both rest upon a belief in a spiritual world. Superstition differs from religion in being the untrained and unenlightened gropings of the human soul after the mysteries of the higher life, while the latter, more or less enlightened, feels after God. If aptly, it may find him. And this unknowable and all-powerful force will only be found by searching within. Let's continue. The Negro gives abundant evidence of both phases. The absolute inability of the master in the days of slavery while successfully vetoing all other kinds of convocation to stop the Negro's church meetings, as well as the almost phenomenal influence and growth of his church since, and his constant referring of every event, adverse or favorable, to the personal ministration of the Creator, are things unique and persistent. And I will say that Negroes have always maintained some intuitive connective with the creative force, although the simplistic Christian doctrine that was placed upon them, that led them astray in the wrong direction. Let's continue. And the master class reposed more faith in their slaves' religion oftentimes than they did in their own. Doubtless much of the referential feeling that pervades the American home today, above that of all nations, is the result of the Negro's mammy devotion and loyalty to God. So intense religion is the first inborn characteristic of the Negro that he describes. The second is this: he is imaginative. This is not evidenced so much in creative directions as in poetical, musical, combinatory, inventional, and what, if coupled with learning, we call literary imagination. Negro eloquence is proverbial, meaning the Negro's ability to persuade with speech was proverbial or well known. Let's continue. The crudest sermon of the most unlettered slave abound in tropes and glowing tongues pictured of apocalyptic visions all his own. And indeed, the poetic quality of his mind is seen in all his natural efforts when the self-consciousness of education does not stand guard. The staid religious muse of Phyllis Wheatley and Rockling, somewhat jibing, verse of Dunbar show it equally, unpremeditated and spontaneous. I have heard by the hour some ordinary old uneducated Negro tell those inimitable or unable to be imitated animal stories brought to literary existence in Uncle Remus with such quaint humor, delicious conceit, and masterly delineation of plot, character, and incident that nothing but the conventional rating of Aesop's fables could put them in the same class. This was one of the Negro's learned skills and abilities, right? The power to bring a story to life, which is a very, very, very powerful skill, especially when it's used for the right purpose, right? Let's continue. Then there are more Negro inventors than the world supposes. This faculty is impossible without a well-ordered imagination held in leash by a good memory and large perception. This is very true, and when that imagination is put towards productive creations, then many things can be made manifest out in the physical world, right? So imagination was one of the inborn characteristics of the Negro that he's describing. The next one is this: he is affectionate and without vindictiveness, meaning not a seeker of revenge, right? He does not nurse even great wrongs. Mercurial as he is, often furiously angry and frequently in murderous mood, he comes nearer not letting the sun go down upon his anger than any other man I know. Like Brutus, he may be compared to the flint which, much enforced, shows a hasty spark and straight is cold again. His affection is not less towards the Caucasian than to his own race. Now watch this. It is not saying too much to remark that the soul of the Negro yearns for the white man's goodwill and respect, which is just as true of the Negro today, even though many people will go to the grave before they admit it, right? And so part of getting rid of this Negro consciousness is yearning for your own self-respect as a person, right? It's not looking for any validation from anyone else, right? And the strangest thing happens once you do this. People start wanting to respect you, right? They want to respect you, because you have to understand, the more that you lean in, the more people lean back, right? And the more you lean back, the more people want to lean in, right? It's just like when you're dealing with a woman. The more that you chase a woman and you yearn for a woman, the less she desires to have you, right? You seem less valuable to her. And so it's the same thing with yearning for people's respect. The more you do this, the less valuable you make yourself, right? And so it's about self-respect above anything else, right? And so he's saying here that the Negro yearns for the white man's respect. Let's continue. And the old ties of love that subsisted in so many instances in the days of slavery still survive, where the ex-slave still lives. the touching case of a Negro bishop who returned to the state in which he had been a slave and rode 20 miles to see and alleviate the financial distress of his former master is an exception to numerous other similar cases, only in the prominence of the Negro concerned. So you see that? Riding 20 miles to make sure the former master was all right, right? Look at the mentality that was developed. Let's continue. I know of another man whose tongue seemed dipped in hyssop when he began to tell of the wrongs of his race, and who will not allow anyone to say in his presence that any good came out of slavery, even incidentally, yet he supports the widowed and aged wife of his former master. And there must have been countless stories that were similar to these during those times. Let's continue. And surely, if these two instances are not sufficient to establish the general proposition, none will gainsay the patience, vigilance, loyalty, and helplessness of the Negro slave during the Civil War, and of his good old wife who nursed white children at her breast at a time when all ties, save those of affection, were ruptured, and when no protection but devoted hearts watch over the great house, whose head and master was at the front, fighting to perpetuate slavery, right? He's talking about the slaves that were still staying behind loyal, while the slave masters may have been out there fighting to keep him as a slave, right? This is some wild stuff here, but this is the mentality that was developed during the slave time. Let's continue. Was it stupidity on the Negro's part? Not at all. He was well informed as the occurrences of the times. A Freemasonry kept him posted, as well as the whites were themselves, on the course of the war and the issue of each battle. Was it fear that kept him at the old home? Not that either. Many thousands did cross the line to freedom. Many other thousands, 200,000, fought in the ranks for freedom. But none of them, those who went and those who stayed, those who fought and those who worked, betrayed a trust, outraged a female, or rebelled against a duty. It was love, the natural wellings of affectionate natures. And so affectionate is one of the inborn characteristics that he attributes to the Negro, right? And so the next one is this. He has great endurance, both dispositional and physical. So true is the first that his patience has been the marvel of the world. And, indeed, many regarding this trait manifest in such an unusual degree, doubted the Negro's courage, till the splendid record of the 60s, this is in the 1800s, and the equal but more recent record of the 90s, wrote forbearance as the real explanation of an endurance seemingly so at variance with manly spirit. Of his physical powers, his whole record as the laborer and killing task in the most trying climate in America speaks so eloquently that nothing but the statistics of cotton, corn, rice, sugar, railroad ties, and felled forests can add to the praise of this burden bearer of the nation. And that speaks to the Negro's resilience and ruggedness, which was necessary to survive in the slave circumstance, right? And so the next characteristic he describes is this. He is courageous. His page in the war record of this country is without blot or blemish. His commanders unite in pronouncing him admirable for courage in the field, commendable for obedience in camp. That he should exhibit such excellent fighting qualities as a soldier and yet exercise the forbearance that characterizes him as a citizen is remarkable, right? That's the Negro stepping up and earning a place within the country, right? Fighting those battles and standing out, right? Being courageous. Let's continue with the next one. He is cheerful. His ivories are as famous as his songs. That the South is sunny is largely due to the brightness of his rockling laugh and unfailing good nature bring to it. Though the mud seal of the labor world, he whistles as he hoes, and no dark brooding or whispered conspiring mar the cheerful acceptance of the load he bears. Against the rubber bumper of his good cheer, things that have crushed and maddened others rebound without damage. When one hears the quaint Jubilee songs, he might suppose them the expression of a melancholy people. They are not to be so interpreted. Rather are they the expression of an experience, not a nature. Like the subdued voice of a caged bird, these songs are the coinage of an occasion, and not the free note of nature. The slave sang of griefs he was not allowed to discuss, hence his songs. This cheerfulness has enabled the Negro to live and increase under circumstances which, in all other instances, have decimated, if not exterminated, inferior peoples, right? That's that ruggedness and that resilience. Let's continue. His plasticity to molding forces and his resiliency against crushing ones come from a Thalian philosophy. Unconscious and unstudied, that extracts Epicurean delights from funeral meats. The above traits are inborn and fundamental, belonging to the race everywhere, in Africa as well as America. And so these are what Killing is describing as the Negro's inborn trait, right? Or the natural traits. Now let's go into the inbred traits, which he describes as something that's distinctly belonging to the American Negro. And so he says this: if now we turn to consider his inbred traits, those the result of experience, conditions, and environments, we may find that they exist mainly as deficiencies and deformities. Now, why would they be deficiencies or deformities? Because they were developed in the slave environment. Now, understand, if you take any people out there, it doesn't matter who it is, and you bring them in the slave environment, the American slave environment, with that same experience, when they come out on the other side, they're going to have these same type of character deficiencies. Understand. Let's continue. These have been superimposed upon the native soul endowment. Slavery has been called the Negro's great schoolmaster because it took him a savage and released him civilized, took him a heathen and released him a Christian, took him an idler and released him a laborer. And one thing from what he said that I could agree on is that slavery was a schoolmaster, right? Or more so, a process in a refinement phase, right? Where the final phase of this process would create an entirely new people with an advanced consciousness, right? That's the prize for those who can make it out of the pit, right? Who can get completely out of the pit. And so the trials and tribulations of life, these are the fires that people must pass through in order to elevate to the next level, right? It's just a part of the game of life. Let's continue. Undoubtedly, it did these things superficially. But one great defect is to be charged against this school. It did not teach him the meaning of home, purity, and providence. To do this is the burden of freedom. Slavery couldn't teach that because it wasn't meant to teach that. Freedom is the phase where these things and many more things were to be learned, right? And in this final phase of freedom, which is currently taking place, the Negro consciousness must be completely released, right? It has to be completely released in order to complete the evolutionary process, right? And he's going to explain what some of these defected parts of the Negro consciousness are. Let's continue. The emancipated Negro struggles up today against many obstacles. The entailment of a brutal slavery. Leaving out consideration of the many who have already emerged, let us apply our thoughts to the great body of submerged people. That's people that's all the way down in the pit. In the congested districts of city and country who present a real problem and must be helped to higher things. We note some of the heritages under which they stagger up into full development. Shiftlessness, meaning lacking ambition and motivation, right? To do something or to make something happen, right? That's shiftlessness. He says this: he had no need to devise and plan in bondage. And why not? Because the slave master is the one who did the planning and told them what to do. And so the Negro became accustomed to taking orders, right? And not taking initiative. Let's continue. There was no need for an enterprising spirit. Consequently, he is lacking in leadership and self-reliance. He is inclined to stay in ruts and applies himself listlessly to a task, feeling that the directive agency should come from without. That's waiting for directives to come from some outside people or waiting for some outside deity to present a solution, right? Looking in the absolute wrong places, right? That's what the Negroes learn to do, right? And doing that, it yields insignificant results. Significant results come from doing the exact opposite thing, right? So you have to stop thinking like a Negro and evolve, right? And so the next one is this: incontinence, which means uncontrolled sexual appetites, right? Freaking on every woman that you can get a hold of, or freaking on all the men that your eyes desire. Now, I'll be the first person to tell you, I used to indulge in many uncontrolled freakouts with a lot of the women, right? But I recognize that I had to get control over this behavior because it was wasteful, it was risky, and it was also incompatible with the righteous life. And so the poise people, we don't involve ourselves with that type of behavior, right? Because we want to set good examples for our poise men and women so they can be quality candidates for other poise men and women, right? So incontinence is a characteristic of the Negro, right? Now let's continue going. It is not to the point to say that others are too. Undoubtedly, example has much to do with this laxity as neglect. We simply record the fact. A slave's value was increased by his prolificacy. Begetting children for the auction block could hardly sanctify family ties. It was not nearly so necessary for a slave to know his father as his owner. Added to the promiscuity encouraged and often forced among this class was the dreadful license which cast lustful Caucasian eyes upon likely Negro women. And so this sexuality developed from slavery, right? Negroes being used as breeders and the women being taken advantage of by the freaky white slave master. And so a cultural mindset developed from these experiences. And so the next characteristic he describes is this: indolence, which is laziness. And I don't think anyone is truly lazy in the general, right? It's just that people are lazy in certain areas. And so the Negro today, at least, has no problem using any amount of energy to find things out about gossip, playing sports, and to find the latest things on celebrity, right? And so forth. There's no laziness detected one bit in these areas because that's what many of the Negroes like doing today, right? And so nobody is lazy, like I said, in the general, but there are specific things that people are lazy in, right? Let's continue. Most men are, especially in a warm climate, but the Negro acquired more than the natural share because to him as a bondman, laziness was great gain, for he had no pecuniary or financial interest in his own labor. And so the Negroes weren't getting paid for the work that they were doing, and they had no financial incentive to want to do any work at all, right? So a mindset around working developed. Let's continue. Hence, holidays were more to be desired than whole labor days, and he learned to do as little as he might, be excused as often as he could, and hail Saturday as the oasis in a desert. And I don't blame them one bit for thinking that way, right? In that environment, because they were doing jobs that they didn't want to do. And then on top of that, they weren't getting paid for that. So I clearly understand why that mentality developed in that environment. Let's continue. The labor efficiency of the Negro has greatly increased since the emancipation, for self-interest is a factor now. And so they can finally earn some money, and there's more vested interest in actually working, which makes sense. Let's continue. In 1865, each Negro produced 2/3 a bale of cotton. Now he produces an average of 1 whole bale to a man. So indolence or laziness was another description, and we understand why now. And so here's another one of the characteristics: improvidence and extravagance. Improvidence meaning not considering the future and having poor foresight, right? And he's relating this to the subject of money because he tied it in with extravagance, which means spending money recklessly. And so the Negro was spending money recklessly and didn't adequately consider the future when making those spending decisions, which means what? You have to do the opposite, right? When you're uprooting the Negro consciousness. And so let's find out a little bit more about this improvidence and the extravagance of the Negro. Here we go. He will drop the most important job to go on an excursion or parade with his lodge. He spends large sums on expensive clothing and luxuries while going without things necessary to a real home. Now, this was published back in 1903, where the Negro way back then was spending large sums of money on clothes. Now, do they still do this today? You better believe it, right? This is part of the Negro consciousness, and it has reincarnated itself into the people today. Let's continue. He will cheerfully eat fat bacon and pone cornbread all the week in order to indulge in unlimited soda water, melon, and fish at the end. In the cities, he's often seen dealing with the pawnbroker than the banker. His house, when furnished at all, is better furnished than that of a white man of equal earning power, but it is on the installment plan. And this is similar to what Dr. E. Franklin Frazier was talking about with the new black middle class in the 1950s. It's the same mentality that has jumped into the later generations of people who were earning more money. And so Dr. Frazier, he said that this new black middle class was buying things as if they had the income of the white upper class, right? Let's continue. He is loath to buy a house because he has no taste for responsibility, nor faith in himself to manage large concerns. But organs, pianos, clocks, sewing machines, and parlor suits on time have no terrors for him. You see that? No faith in themselves, because in the slave environment, they were taught to be dependent. And people have to have faith in themselves and faith in their ability, or what's going to happen is they're going to hesitate to try new things. And that's probably why you've taken the easy route on some things and why you've shied away from trying new things that were challenging, right? Because you don't have that larger faith in your ability, right? You're sitting there with the same potential ability as anyone else. But the difference is they didn't inherit the Negro consciousness, right? So you have to shake off the Negro consciousness and understand that you're just as capable as anyone else. Let's continue to the next one. Untidiness. That's messy. Here we go. Travel through the South and you'll be struck with the general misfit and dilapidated appearance of things. Palings are missing from the fences. Gates sag on single hinges. Houses are unpainted. Window panes are broken. Yards unkept. And the appearance of a squalor greater than the real is seen on every side. The inside of the house meets the suggestion of the outside, meaning both of them are torn up. This is a projection of the slave's quarters into freedom, right? That's taking the slave culture into the physically free world, right? And that's the result. Let's continue. The cabin of the slave was, at best, a place to eat and sleep in. There was no thought of the aesthetics in such places. A quilt on a plank was a luxury to the tired farmhand, and paint was nothing to the poor, sun-scorned fellow who sought the house for shade rather than beauty. Habits of personal cleanliness were not inculcated, and even now it is the exception to find a modern bathroom in a southern home, which is much different from today, because today, even in the projects, they have bathrooms and many other modern luxuries, right? Now let's move on to the next one. Dishonesty. This is the logic, if not the training, of slavery. It is easy for the unrequited toiler in another's field to justify reprisal. Hence there arose among the Negroes an amended commandment, which added to "thou shalt not steal" the clause "except thou be stolen from." It was no great fault, then, according to this code, to purloin a pig, a sheep, a chicken, or a few potatoes from a master who took all from the slave. And in the slave environment, that was completely understandable, right? The next one says this. Untruthfulness. This is seen more in innocent and childish exaggerations than in vicious distortion. It is the vice of untutored minds to run to gossip and make miracles of the matter of fact. The Negro also tells falsehoods from excess of good nature. He promises to do a piece of work on a certain day because it is so much easier and pleasant to say yes and stay away than it is to say no. And so the next one is this. Business unreliability. Uh-oh, here we go. He does not meet a promise in the way and at the time promised. Not being accustomed to business, he has small conception of the place the promise has in the business world. It is only recently he has begun to deal with banks. He who has no credit sees no loss of it in a protested note, especially if he intends to pay it in some time. The chain which links one man's obligation to another man's solvency he has not considered. He is really as good and safe a debt payer when he owes a white man as the latter can have. But the methods of the modern bank, placing a time limit on debts, is his detestation. And so paying debt in a timely manner has been poking at the Negro for some time now. And so the next one is this. Lack of initiative. That's using the power that you have within to take charge and to start something, right? Not waiting for someone else to come and do it first. Let's continue. It was the policy of slavery to crush out the combining instinct, and it was well done. For, outside of the churches and secret societies, the Negro has done little to increase the social efficiency which can combine many men into an organic whole, subject to the corporate will and direction. He has, however, made some hopeful beginnings. The next one is this. Suspicion of his own race. He was taught to watch other Negroes and to tell all they did. This was slavery's native detective force to discover incipient insurrections. Each slave learned to distrust his fellow. And so the last one is this one here. Ignorance. The cause of his ignorance, all know. That he has thrown off half of it in 40 years is a wonderful showing, but a great incubus remains in the other half, and it demands the nation's attention. What the census calls literacy is often very shallow. The cause of this shallowness lies, in part, in the poor character and short duration of the Southern schools, in the poverty that snatches the child from school prematurely to work for bread, in the multitude of mushroom colleges and get smart quick universities scattered over the South, and in the glamour of professional education that entices poorly prepared students into social work. We have discussed the leading characteristics of the Negro, his inborn excellencies and inbred defects, candidly and as they have been seen in the great mass whose place determines the status of the race as a whole. It would, however, be to small purpose if we did not ask what can be done to develop the innate good and correct the bad in a race so puissant and numerous. The mass is not inert. It has great reactionary force, modifying and influencing all about it. The Negro's excellences have entered into American character and life already. So have his weaknesses. He has brought cheer, love, emotion, and religion in saving measure to the land. He has given it wealth by his brawn and liberty by his blood. His self-respect, even in the basement, has kept him struggling upward. His confidence in his own future has infected his friends and kept him from nursing despondency or planning anarchy. But he has laid, and does lay, burdens upon the land too. His ignorance, his low average of morality, his low standards of home, his lack of enterprise, his lack of self-reliance, these must be cured. And these are character deficiencies that require inner work. And that's what the final phase of freedom is about. It's about the development of the inner character, right? And taking on a new consciousness to have a new experience in the world around you that will open up right before your eyes. And so hopefully you have learned something from this and have found this video useful, and it has given you some light to find your way on the path. And so I want to thank you for watching all the way into the end. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world. In the 1950s, groups of people discovered that the Negro was earning more money than ever before. And more importantly, that the Negro was willing to spend more money on certain items than ever before. And so finding this to be potentially very lucrative, a mission was set forth to dig into the psychology of the Negro to find out the desires and motivations behind the Negro purchasing decisions. And so all of this was done with the hopes to find the secret keys that, when inserted and properly turned, would unlock the vault and provide open access to the treasures of the Negro spending power. Now, let's find out about these secrets that they discovered. Here we go.
Hello, I'm Bob Trout. I've got a story here that I think is big, really big, because it's bound to have a terrific impact on business. I'm talking about a new market, a big new market, millions upon millions of new prospects with $15 billion to spend. That's right, I said $15 billion. That's a lot of money, isn't it? The surprising thing is that it's a fresh market, still full of opportunities. It grew up so fast, got so big in a hurry, that few of us realize its scope. Now these days, nobody's likely to pass up chances to sell. And yet right here in our own front yard, there's a neglected market. There's money waiting to be spent. To get the story of this market, to be able to tell you the secret of selling the Negro, we did a lot of digging. We talked to leading businessmen, to customers, and to salesmen. We went to Washington, D.C. We set up cameras and other key points around the nation. And out of this all, there emerged a story, the story of a new market. Yes, this is the market we're talking about, the new Negro family. Their name is Wells or Wilson, Smith or Brown or Alexander or Breen. They live in Chicago, in Atlanta or New York, in Detroit, St. Louis, Los Angeles, any one of 1,000 cities and towns. All over the country, families such as this are enjoying new prosperity. They have new interests, new standards of living, a buying power they've never enjoyed before.
And many of these are the same people that Dr. E. Franklin Frazier talked about in his 1957 book, Black Bourgeoisie. These are the new black middle class with new interest and with new standards of living. And according to Dr. Frazier, many of these were living above their means. Let's continue.
There are good prospects for practically all types of goods and services. All too often, though, they're overlooked prospects. Why? Because of some good, valid reason? No. They're overlooked because of mistaken ideas, because of out-of-date ideas about how the Negro lives and how he buys. The truth of the matter is that the Negro lives pretty much the same as other folks. He buys pretty much the same way, too. But just the same, a lot of old doubts and opinions keep cropping up over and over again.
I don't like to do business with Negroes. They're drifters. You can't keep track of them.
Yes, although a lot of people think that way, the truth is that 1 out of every 3 Negro families living in cities today owns its own home. That figure comes directly from the United States Bureau of Census.
Maybe so, but Negroes are poor credit risks.
Not more of a credit risk than any other group. Actually, the Negro homebuyer meets his payments faithfully, often more faithfully than other race groups in the same economic level. That's the information we got from people who ought to know, the National Association of Real Estate Boards.
Well, maybe, but I've always heard that Negroes buy shoddy, poor quality merchandise.
No, it's just the other way around. According to leading researchers, in proportion to population and income, Negroes buy more quality products than any other comparable United States group. You see, there are a lot of confused notions about the Negro customer. But when you dig right down and find out about them, they just don't hold water. Negroes own homes. They meet their payments faithfully. They buy good brands of merchandise. So why let a lot of old-fashioned ideas hurt profits? Take a look at the real facts. Here in Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, some amazing facts and figures about this new market have been uncovered. For a first-hand report, we would like to take you directly to the United States Department of Commerce to hear this story from the Secretary of Commerce himself. Here is the Honorable Sinclair Weeks, the Secretary of Commerce of the United States.
In the Department of Commerce, we are constantly alert to trends that mean a healthier national economy, better business for the nation as a whole. Recently, we have been interested in a rising young market, one that represents a huge potential for goods and services. I'm referring to the new Negro market. The tremendous buying power of this group is backed, of course, by an increased earning power. The average Negro family's income is at a record high. In fact, since 1939, it has increased more than the average income of all other Americans. Just take a look at a few figures. An official Department of Commerce report shows that at least 1/3 of the Negroes living in cities earn from $2,000 to $5,000 a year. Today, the average Negro wage earner brings home a paycheck 4 times larger than the one he collected in 1939. As a whole, the Negro market has a total income of about $15 billion every year. And after taxes, Negro families still have many billions of dollars to spend. Here is a buying power that cannot help but have a tremendous effect on our national economy and on business prosperity in general. When these dollars are spent for a wide range of goods, services, and employment, business everywhere is bound to feel the impact.
So they knew the Negro was going to spend. It was just a matter of finding out how and where the money was going to be spent.
This new buying power has resulted in a class Negro market, a profitable, above-average income group of consumers.
Now, I want you to pay attention to what he just said. This buying power has resulted in a profitable, above-income group of consumers, not investors or entrepreneurs, who will take that spending power and they'll create products for the market, or they'll take that money and they'll put it into something that's going to yield a return on that money. Not these types of people, but consumers, meaning people who are going to take their money and just buy goods and services. The Negro was found to be primarily a consumer, which is one of the reasons why the business people were so pressed to find the keys to unlock the vault of the Negro spending power, right? They knew what it meant for them, right? They knew that it meant a lot if they could unlock it. So let's continue.
For example, the nation's largest newspaper and magazine research organization, Daniel Starch and staff, reports these significant figures. More than 51% of the readers of Ebony magazine have a record player in their homes. Almost 64% own a television set. And almost 78% enjoy the convenience of an electric refrigerator. It is also a fact, and this is from the magazine The Food Field Reporter, that Negroes spend almost $3 billion a year for food alone. Per capita, they buy more cosmetics, drugs, and toiletries than anyone else in the country.
You see that? So they were paying close attention to the Negro buying habits and understanding that the Negro was a top consumer in many of these areas. They were creating a profile for the Negro to better understand the mentality and the mindset of the Negro. Let's continue.
And their children are better educated too, because since 1930, enrollment in Negro colleges is up 2,500%. But really, to recognize the importance of this class Negro market, we must realize that something has been happening economically in our country. People are on the move.
Now look at the smirk on his face right now. He's been smirking the whole video if you pay attention to him, because he knows what this means.
The population is shifting. The makeup of metropolitan populations today is different than it was just a few short years ago. To give you a better idea of what we mean, we set up several cameras, candid cameras, in a number of shopping locations. Take a look at these shoppers. Notice what a large proportion of them are Negroes. What's the reason? It's simply this. Negro families are moving into the cities where there are more job opportunities. Here they find occupations with more prestige and security, jobs that pay more money. As a result, Negro families today often make up the largest part of central city consumer prospects. A shoe store in Chicago's Loop, for example, reports that more than 50% of its customers are Negroes. In another case, a drugstore located at a transfer point in a non-Negro neighborhood finds that its Negro customers total 25%. The trend is plain. The new Negro families today are moving into more populated areas, to the cities, where there are more stores, more buying opportunities. Since 1940, in San Francisco alone, the Negro market has increased by 89%. In Chicago by 81%. Houston, Texas, 45%. Philadelphia, 50%. The impact of this new buying force is so tremendous that actually in 14 major United States markets, a product cannot be number one without Negro support. A product must have the backing of this big new buying power to be a leader in the field. What do you have to sell? Chewing gum or cars? Toothpaste or transportation? Whatever it is, here are millions of prospects.
He's sending out an urgent message that whatever you have to sell, you better hurry up because there's millions of prospects that are looking to buy. Now, remember that they understood this group to be consumers. If this group would have been investors or entrepreneurs, then it wouldn't have been such an urgency because that money would not have gone to the pockets of those business people. But because they were profiled as consumers, then many of the people, they were looking to get a piece of the pie from these millions of prospects. Let's continue.
And these prospects are everywhere. Negro customers can no longer be pigeonholed. They cannot be classified as prospects who trade only in certain stores, certain neighborhoods. Today, Negroes shop downtown. They shop in supermarkets. They shop in small neighborhood stores. They'll buy from anyone who wants to sell to them.
They'll buy from anyone who wants to sell to them, right? He's making it seem like the Negroes were handing out cash like it was Christmas, right? As if you just sell anything, the Negro's going to come and buy.
But we all know that before you can sell to customers, you've got to get to know them. You must understand something about them. What do the Negro customers buy? Why do they buy? How do you sell to them?
Getting into the mindset of the Negro. That means learning to think like a Negro, putting yourself in the position of the Negro so you can see the world from the Negro's point of view, right? Understanding why the Negro buys the things that he buys and how the Negro buys, right? This is understanding the customer. And the more that they understand the Negro customer, the more they were able to create products that were more suitable for the Negro because they understood what the Negro wanted and how the Negro wanted it, right? And understand that it's not just the Negro, right? They have profiles on all types of groups on how they typically buy and behave. And people study these people's behaviors and they make decisions based off of those behaviors. And the Negro's behavior is primarily as a consumer, which is seen as an opportunity for many people, right? This is the mentality and a cultural tendency of the Negro. Let's continue.
Let's find out. Let's hear the opinion of men who have spent a lifetime studying the buying habits of customers the world over. Here is what sales psychologists have to say about selling to the Negro.
The secret of selling to the Negro is expressed in one word. That word is recognition.
That's the secret they found. Recognition, right? That was the psychological secret that made the Negro willingly stick his hand in his pocket and take out money and make purchases, right? And he's going to explain more as we continue.
Now, there's nothing unusual about that. People want to be recognized. They need recognition. That's basic in all of us. But perhaps because he's had so little of it, the Negro needs even more.
And why do Negroes need it even more? Because during slavery, Negroes developed a black consciousness that made them believe that they were less than humans, right? And that consciousness has been passed on generation to generation to generation. And over that time, Negroes have been trying to find a sense of humanity in the world around them, right? And in this search, they have often tried to find it through the validation of other people. And that's where the recognition comes in. Negroes want to be recognized as humans, right? And it takes a little bit more for them than it does for others to fulfill this need. That's the secret they discovered. Let's continue.
He needs to feel important and appreciated. This need is a very real and important one. It shows up even in many of the Negro's shopping habits. Anyone who sells or wants to sell to the Negro customer should know about some of these habits. 3 habits in particular play a big part in every sales transaction. To begin with, most Negroes buy by brand. They ask for products by name. They're quick to turn down off-brands. Do you wonder why? Well, listen to what this customer is thinking.
That last hat I bought just didn't hold up at all.
You see, for a long time, the Negro has been sold a lot of shoddy, second-class merchandise. So now he asks for name brands in order to make sure he gets his money's worth. Buying by brand, that's the first important Negro buying habit.
And what he didn't mention is that brands make Negroes feel more valuable and feel like they're worth more, right? Because buying a brand, it helps compensate for having a low self-esteem in many instances, right? So it's not so much about the quality, it's more so about the status that it provides. And we can all remember in high school and in middle school, blacks making fun of each other and talking about those who did not have name brand clothes, right? Or name brand shoes. Or if they wore the same thing that they wore the year prior, right? We remember that. This is a cultural development, right? Coming from the Negroes' deep-rooted inferiority complex. But once you get rid of that complex and that consciousness, then you won't have to rely on brands to make you feel good about yourself. But this takes effort and it takes inner work. So brand is the first buying habit of the Negro. Don't offer him off-brand stuff. Let's continue.
Now for the second. The Negro buys good quality merchandise. Symbols of quality and prestige are very important to the Negro customer. This woman, for example, is buying fine crystalware. But she is also buying the admiration and approval of her friends and relatives. Listen to her thoughts.
My, isn't it beautiful? I can hardly wait to show it to Sally and Joan.
It's a well-known fact that many Negro customers are influenced by the opinions of others.
He said it's a well-known fact that Negroes are influenced by others. And it's a well-known fact to who? The people studying the Negro personality. Now, the truth is, most people are influenced in some way by other people's opinions, right? But how much they're influenced and in what area they're influenced, this differs from group to group and even from person to person. Now, in the black community, people's opinion on what clothes people wear and how much money they spent on those clothes, this has a major influence, right, in many of the spaces in the black community, right? And these influences, they're primarily based on external things. Let's continue.
What their friends may think of a certain item often decides whether or not the sale is made. So remember, the Negro buys quality merchandise. That's the second important point. And here's the third thing to remember when selling to a Negro customer. When he specifically asks for one thing, don't try to sell him something else. Don't try to switch him at the point of sale. If you do, he'll probably react something like this.
Doesn't he think I've got the money to pay for it?
And how many of you have had that same thought? This is going into that secret of needing to be recognized and to be recognized as a person who's capable of buying expensive things, right? This is why some of the blacks end up spending a lot more money on things that are not really necessary. They feel like they have to prove a point, right? This is that inferiority complex or that black consciousness. Let's continue.
There's a reason for this reaction. Again, because he's had experience with cheap merchandise, the Negro resents being offered a substitute.
Now, that's not the primary reason. We just went over what it was.
He wants to be sold on quality, not price. The Negro buys by brand, he buys quality, and he doesn't like to be switched at point of sale. These are the keys to selling the Negro customer.
These are the keys to selling the Negro. Now, what's the purpose of keys? They lock and they unlock things. The Negro's buying power was locked, so they had to figure out the psychology on how to unlock that buying power. And in their search, they discovered 3 keys to sell the Negro. And when you put those 3 keys in the lock, it opens up the vast treasures of the Negro's consumer habits. Let's continue.
Another point. The Negro family does things together, as a group. The family works as a unit. It lives as a unit, and it buys as a unit. When you sell to one member, you many times sell to all. It's also true that many places of entertainment are still closed to the Negro. So he spends more of his money for the things that are available to him, often for items that are considered luxuries. Another trait of the Negro market is the fact that it is a pre-sold market. We know that the Negro buys by brand, and he buys the brands that he knows something about. Where does the Negro buyer get this information? We know that Negro customers are turning more and more to the publications that are tailored specifically to their needs, that give them the news and the information that they want to read about. Many leading businessmen and companies already know this. That's why so many of them are taking this direct, sure route of reaching the Negro customer. The vice president of advertising of the Drew & Watch Company, for example, says this.
In many important cities throughout the United States, Negroes are important customers of the credit jeweler. Therefore, it seemed that Ebony magazine would be a very important advertising medium for us.
Uh-oh, here we go. You thought it was just the white man, didn't you? Nope, that's not true at all. The black man was just as involved, right? He's just as opportunistic, and he'll capitalize off the Negro's insecurities just as fast as some of these other people will, right? And so the blacks and the whites were both working together hand in hand in this mission. And as a matter of fact, Ebony cooperated in the making of this documentary that we're looking at, right? When you look at the credits. So this was really a game of marketing, and marketing is understanding human psychology and human behavior. And I learned some good things about marketing after finishing my MBA, but I really learned a lot about marketing from some of these elite online marketers. One of them is from a guy named Russell Brunson, right, who's a co-founder of a company called ClickFunnels. And Russell Brunson, he talks about a concept called the Dream 100. And the Dream 100 is basically for business owners to make a list of 100 influencers that are influential to their dream customers, right? And so the point of this is to build relationships with those influencers. So when the person has a product to release, they can get those influencers to promote that product to their audience, right? And their audience already knows them and their audience already trusts them. So it makes it much more easy and much more likely for those people to buy. And so instead of trying to market directly to all those customers individually, the idea is to deal with just a few people at the top who influence all those people, right? You understand that? And so once you have them on board, then you automatically have access to all the people that they influence, right? That's the basis of the concept. And so this here is nothing new, right? Understand, the people who are marketing these products to the Negroes, they clearly understood this, right? They built their a business relationship with the Ebony magazine, which would be like one of the members of their Dream 100, right? The people at the top. And they got Ebony to advertise their products in their magazines, right? And since the Negroes loved and trusted Ebony magazine, they were much more likely to buy the product that Ebony magazine was promoting, right? You see how this works? Let's continue.
We would say it was very well received, and from our viewpoint, a very successful campaign.
From the Remington Rand Company comes this statement.
Our records show that advertising in Ebony has been effective in many ways. As all good advertising should, it has built a terrific amount of goodwill and has brought a volume of sales and sales inquiries.
A representative of the Alaga Syrup Company makes this statement.
Because of Alaga's regard for the influence of Ebony in the Negro market, advertising space was doubled. Alaga's long experience in selling to Negroes now takes the most direct route to its best customers, reaching Ebony's 2.5 million audience in every issue.
And here are the statements of still other business leaders.
Yes, many business leaders are discovering the most direct and most efficient way of reaching the new Negro market. Look here at the results of the same advertisement in two different publications, Ebony and another general magazine. You can see that proportionately, more men and women read the ad in Ebony than the one in the other magazine. And they did a better job of remembering it, too. A greater percentage of readers noted, associated, and remembered the ad in Ebony. But now, wait a minute. If the Negro market is so big and easy to reach, why aren't more companies going out after it? Well, often because of the feeling that there's something entirely different, unusual about selling to the Negro. But is it really so different? What do salesmen say? The successful salesmen who do a good job of selling in Negro communities. How do you go about getting the order?
How do I get the order? Well, to tell you the truth, I don't do anything. Anything different, that is. I've been calling on these accounts long enough to know that the Negro just wants to be treated like everybody else. No matter who you're calling on, a little friendliness and courtesy help a lot. But naturally, anybody resents being patronized or talked down to. So I usually call a man Mr. Brown, Mr. Smith, or Mr. whatever his name is, until he tells me to call him by his first name. And of course, I always stick to business. I stay away from talk about race or religion or politics. That goes for talk about Negro celebrities, too. You know, this business about what good prize fighters and singers the Negroes are. Who cares? When a guy's in business, no matter what color his skin is, he's interested in making a living, in making money. That's uppermost in his mind. I guess maybe what I'm saying is that I try to help any way I can, sometimes with displays or ad materials, or an idea once in a while. The important thing is that if it helps push sales for the dealer, it helps push them for me, too.
Handle the Negro account just like any of your others. Don't patronize. Stick to business. Get interested in the account. Pitch in and help any way you can. Sounds like pretty good sales advice. That's the secret of selling the Negro. Well, how about it? What do you think of this new market? It can open new outlets for you and for everybody who sells goods or services. It's still possible to get in on the ground floor when this market is just beginning to grow and to expand. The facts and the figures that we see here are just a small sample of what they promise to be next year and the years after that. Yes, here are men and women with money to spend, and they spend it for exactly the same things as you and I and everyone else. They buy almost every type of product and service that you have to offer, and they can be reached like everyone else through publications that appeal to their interests and desires, that deliver the kind of loyal readership that can be proved both in surveys and in down-to-earth sales. Here is a ready-made market waiting to be asked to buy. Here are millions of customers for what you have to sell. Customers with $15 billion to spend.
And there you have it. The secret to selling the Negro in 1954. And hopefully this has given you some insight and has broadened your understanding. And so I want to thank you for watching all the way into the end. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world.
It should be noted again that not all blacks today are part of the redneck culture. Far from it. Nor has that culture been the only culture in which blacks lived in the past.
Not all blacks are part of the black ghetto culture, which shares similarities with the white redneck culture, but a significant portion still are, right? And to the point where the majority of people in America, they think of being black and being ghetto as the same thing, right? Which to a large degree is true. And it's even more of a reason why people who do not participate in the black ghetto culture or who are moving out of the black ghetto culture should stop identifying themselves as being black, right? Which is an unfitting and a demeaning name for such a person. And so black culture derives from the South, where the vast majority of blacks lived during the time of slavery. And so the slave environment, it transformed the ancestors from speakers of African dialects to speakers of the English language, right? From lovers of themselves to hating anything that resembled themselves, right? From wise people to ignorant people, right? From free people to people of the pit, right? And from people with a proper tribal name that they gave themselves to having an identity that was given by the colonizers called Negro or black people, right? And so within the slave environment, they adopted some habits and attitudes from the surrounding rednecks, which they have kept and passed along to other generations, right? And so after slavery, there were some attempts to rid the Negro of this culture. And so to see how this played out, we need to continue reading in the book right here, Black Rednecks and White Liberals by Dr. Thomas Sowell, and see if we can get some understanding.
There were small but significant enclaves of New England culture introduced into Southern black communities by teachers from New England who poured into the South immediately after the end of the Civil War to establish schools and to teach and acculturate the children of freed slaves.
This is taking place in the mid-1800s, where there were teachers from the North doing a good deed by trying to help the blacks find some light, right? So they can climb out of the pit that they were forced into during slavery.
These teachers brought a wholly different culture into the South.
The North had a vastly different culture than that of the South. And culture meaning the attitudes, values, skills, mannerisms, worldview, habits, and other things of that nature that a group shares together.
In the words of distinguished black scholar E. Franklin Frazier, the missionaries from New England who founded the first schools for Negroes in the South left the imprint of their Puritan background upon Negro education. In addition to strict morality, these missionaries taught the Yankee virtues of industry and thrift.
They brought strict morality and they brought virtues of hard work and using money responsibly, right? And why did the missionaries have to bring these qualities over to the Negroes? Because they must have felt that they didn't adequately possess them, right?
This cultural transformation was not incidental.
Removing the slave culture from the black people was not something happening by chance. And how so?
The avowed purpose of the American Missionary Association was to transplant a different culture into the school and college enclaves which they established among young blacks in the South in order to deliberately supplant the existing culture.
This was not incidental, it was deliberate, meaning that it was planned out and it was carefully considered, right? Just as the Southern colonizers deliberately planned out the complete debasement of those that they created, called black people, right? And so the Northern missionaries, they were trying to deliberately uproot the culture that the blacks had developed and replace it with a different culture, right? Let's turn the key again. In other words, they were trying to reprogram the mind of the young blacks so that they would think, feel, and ultimately act in a different way. Let's turn the key one last time. In other words, they were attempting to recreate their reality.
These were deeply religious institutions, but in the New England sense, so that black students were not to indulge in the religious emotionalism of the black masses in the South. They were to be different in many other ways, as E. Franklin Frazier noted. First, students were taught to speak English correctly, and thus avoid the ungrammatical speech and dialect of the Negro masses. They were expected to be courteous, speak softly, and never exhibit the spontaneous boisterousness of ordinary Negroes.
They were trying to make sure that the group of blacks that they educated developed a culture that was separate and different from the rest of the black people.
The casual Southern attitude towards sex was not tolerated.
Getting freaky with any and everybody was not tolerated.
To be detected in immoral sex behavior, especially if the guilty person was a woman, meant expulsion from the school. The American Missionary Association was quite explicit in their desire to remove black youngsters from their existing culture and place them in enclaves of the culture transplanted from the North.
Meaning they were not secretive about the fact that they were trying to stop these young people from acting like black people. And notice here that this is the third time we see that it was the youth that was targeted. And why not the adults? Because the youth, they're very impressionable, right? And they can make changes much easier than the older folks. Many times the older folks, they get stuck in their ways and solidified in their thinking, especially if they've been thinking and behaving in a certain way for many, many years. The youth are still in a learning phase and they can be molded and shaped much easier, right? And that's why they are targeting the younger black people, and we're not shy about it.
In an 1882 essay titled Change of Environment, Dr. W. Patton, president of the AMA, lamented that many black children grow up in communities of prevailing ignorance, superstition, and immorality, where they live in miserable hovels, see only examples of coarseness and rudeness, and hear only a Negro dialect.
What happened when those people grew up in communities steeped in ignorance and immorality, which were the only examples for them to see? They were much more likely to mimic those behaviors and attitudes because their minds didn't have any other visuals to imagine themselves as, right? And so what was to be done about this?
When what was needed was a total change of environment by removing young people to places where morals are pure, where manners are refined, where language is grammatical.
They were to get them as far away from other black people so they wouldn't be influenced by their attitudes and their behaviors, and then bring them into a different environment to be influenced by other people who acted and behaved in a different way.
Although there was another educational tradition established at the Hampton Institute in Virginia and transplanted to Tuskegee Institute in Alabama by Booker T. Washington, a graduate of Hampton, this tradition as well was based on replacing the existing culture of Southern blacks with a new imported culture.
When we talk about changing identity and culture, this is not something new at all. There were people all the way back in the 1800s that understood perfectly well that the blacks out of slavery had to drop that slave culture and that worldview and replace it with something different, right? And something more appropriate for a free person, right? People like Booker T. Washington, W.E.B. Du Bois, right? These were early advocates for change, right? And many other people on the outside, they could easily see that this needed to be done as well, right? It's not like it's some hidden secret or some mystery.
Hampton Institute's founder, General Samuel Chapman Armstrong, declared that the average Negro student needed a residential boarding school that could control the entire 24 hours of each day. Only thus can old ideas and ways be pushed out and new ones take their place.
His goal was to purge the Negro of all old ideas and then replace them with new ones, right? And so basically doing what the colonizers did when they created black people, but in an uplifting way instead of a degrading way.
Addressing the American Missionary Association in 1877, the principal of Hampton Institute said, "There is no lack of those who have mental capacity. The question with him is not one of brains, but of right instincts, of morals, and of hard work."
It's a question of desire. That's also what I would add to this.
Contrary to later caricatures, neither Hampton Institute nor Tuskegee Institute was based on an assumption that blacks had the capacity to be only hewers of wood and drawers of water.
A hewer of wood and a drawer of water is basically someone who's meant to do manual work that doesn't require much mental effort, right? So they didn't think that blacks were only fit for this type of work, although there were many at that time that did, and still many that think so today.
In short, however divergent the different schools of thought were on educational philosophy, as between the Hampton-Tuskegee approach and the approach of the founders of other institutions for blacks, they were agreed that what was most needed for the advancements of blacks in the postbellum South was the replacement of the culture prevailing around them and among them by a new imported culture.
This was true back then and even more true today, which is why we're dealing with it head on.
However, the greatest obstacle to creating this new culture was the existing black redneck culture.
The existing culture was getting in the way of progress, and so it still is today. The greatest enemy of those who are trying to make the complete escape from the mental shackles passed on from generation to generation, right? And so the colonizers, they most certainly understood this daunting task, right? Knowing that when people develop habits and customs, which they do automatically, it makes it a seemingly impossible task for them to get them to stop doing it, right? It takes an enormous amount of resources, time, and sacrifice to break those habits, which makes it feel like it's easier to keep them, right? Even if it is more harmful. And that's one of the reasons why people, they don't bother much and they just accept the hand that they've been dealt, right? And so this was a major obstacle for the teachers who were trying to convert those young blacks.
For many missionaries, the physical problems of overwork, illness, and poor facilities were less frustrating than their everyday dealing with the freedmen.
The biggest problem was dealing with those kids.
A constant problem for teachers was student absenteeism. A pupil would attend school for a few days, disappear for a time, then come back again. Multiplied by a factor of 40 or 50, this made classroom continuity difficult.
How many of us know people like this? A whole bunch of us, right? And some of us might even have been the ones doing this.
This irregularity, said one teacher, was a positive vice of the freedmen. A related weakness was unreliability. You can never depend on anything promised, was a typical complaint. Another general failing among the colored people, according to many teachers, was their tardiness at meetings, classes, church services, and so on.
Always late way back in the 1800s and still late today, even going as far as turning lateness into a thing, right? Calling it CPT or BPT, black people time, right? Where you say you're supposed to be somewhere at 7 and then you don't show up until 7:45 or 8 o'clock or even later, right? And I even heard one person on the video who went as far as saying professionalism is racism against black people, right? Because it requires people to be on time and they know black people can't be on time, right? This is some wild stuff, man. Wild stuff.
More serious were sexual offenses, theft, and lying. Although many teachers burned out in a few years, new teachers continued to arrive from New England and other parts of the North, thousands in the post-war decades.
And so obviously they tried their best, but ultimately their best was not good enough, as you can look around today and see for yourself. And so the truth is, nobody is going to save anyone from anything, right? Because it's up to each person to save themselves, right? And get together with other like-minded people who are encouraging, right? And helpful, right? So you can climb rung by rung out of the pit and into the free world where life is much better and it makes more sense. Understand? And so this is the end of part 5 commentary on the book here, Black Rednecks and White Liberals by Dr. Thomas Sowell. And I want to thank you for watching all the way until the end. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world. You touched on the subject of dress culture, which was a question I posted about in one of your previous videos that you may have missed. Regardless, could you elaborate more on this topic? Ever since I started following your channel, your white color theme has always intrigued me, and I was wondering, what was your reason for doing so? Can you share your insights on colors and dress culture and how it pertains to Earpoise, and also if you have any reading recommendations on the topic? Thank you. Very good question, Snack Crumbs, and I want to thank you for asking it. Anyone else who has questions, be sure to leave them down below. So let's talk a little bit about dress culture first and its importance, and then from there we'll get into Earpoise cultural attire. Okay, so when we're dealing with culture, probably the most recognizable outward expression of people from a particular culture is how the people dress or how a person dresses, right? And when we encounter people the first thing that we notice is their outer representation, right? And so this outer appearance, it tells us a lot about the people or a person if we have encountered people who have presented themselves in a similar way or a similar manner in the past. Because what happens is that each time we have these interactions with people, the unconscious mind, it stores the details of that interaction into its mental filing cabinets, right? And so this is how humans develop what we call stereotypes. And so for example, one subculture here in America that we have is rap and the hip hop culture, where most of the people in that culture, they dress a certain way, right? The men more specifically, they wear chains, watches, baseball caps. Some of them wear grills and golds in their mouths, right? They also value and are willing to spend more money on designer clothes. So this is an overview of a very unmistakable dress culture. And just like every other culture, they have a certain way of thinking and they have a certain set of actions and behaviors that they commonly display, right? And so we're all very familiar with that mentality and behavior. So no one has to act like we don't know and we're uninformed, right? But there's enough people in that group that have this mentality and behave in a certain way, and they do it enough times that a person's unconscious mind places a person who dresses that way in a certain filing cabinet within their own mind, right? And so this doesn't mean that everyone in that culture fits that stereotype exactly, but like I said, it does mean that enough of them do it at a frequent enough rate to make the stereotype useful for people, right? And in fact, I've known people who dress like this who do not act like this or fit these stereotypes, right? But by dressing like this, they do themselves a serious disservice, right? Because they've created an additional barrier and an additional obstacle that people have to get past before they see the person's actual character, right? So it kind of defeats the purpose. They always have to defend themselves. But upon first sight, people are going to always lump these people into the category with others who dress like that, because realistically, that's the safest and the most practical thing to do, right? And people wouldn't get mad if they understood that this is just how humans work, right? Humans are going to put people into some box if they have one to put them in. That's just what they're going to do. You see that? So the outer appearance or the dress culture, it serves as a convenient symbol for the mentality and behavior to be expected from a person or from people, right? And so this is something, like I said, this is what all humans do, and they do it automatically and unconsciously, right? And so we place people in categories for our own protection, benefit, and convenience. And sometimes the stereotypes are right, and other times the stereotypes are incorrect, right? But we all have them. And another example is the hooker and the prostitute culture in America. They have a certain dress culture, and they've had it for some time. They publicly wear short skirts, very tight pants, and very tight attire. And they wear attire that's revealing because they have the intent to seduce men for obvious purposes, right? So when men in particular encounter these types of women who dress like this, the men automatically are going to place them in a category of fleshly women, right? And from the attire that these women wear, it automatically attracts the type of men who are on the hunt, right? Because it gives off a type of vibration in the form of being a mating call. Now, in contrast, a woman who is much less revealing, she's going to detract these type of men who are on the prowl, because by the clothing that she's wearing, she's giving off a signal that she respects herself and that she has something more to offer than just her body, right? So the dress culture is a powerful symbolic tool of communication, especially when someone knows how to use it. Now, the Hasidic Jews, they're a very good example of a group of people who clearly understand the importance of dress culture. And I realized this years ago when I visited New York for the first time. And when I drove through the borough of Brooklyn and I went to the Jewish section, I noticed the uniformity and the uniqueness of their dress culture. It's the same when I see them in Miami Beach or in Los Angeles, right? So they have a clearly defined dress culture that has been designed to distinguish themselves from other groups of people. They wear mostly the black, and they have the white tassels hanging down, and on the top of their head they wear a yarmulke and other sorts of hats that they wear in that community. So when you encounter one of them, your unconscious mind, it opens up its filing cabinet and it begins revealing the ideas and the stereotypes that you have stored up about people who dress this type of way, right? Ideas of them being clannish because enough of them, they stick to their own kind. Rich because they do a lot better than most groups financially in America, right? And any other positive or negative ideas that you may have based upon your experience with them or other information that you have gathered regarding the people who dress like this and have this type of culture, right? But when I see them, my mind doesn't ping them as white Americans, even though they share similar physical features as white Americans. My mind says that those are Hasidic Jews because they clearly make a distinction between themselves and white Americans, both in their dress culture and in their culture in general, right? So the dress culture, it matters a lot, especially when it comes to identity and identifying others, which leads us into the Earpoise dress culture, right? Now, when we were coming up with how we wanted to represent ourselves to the public, we wanted something that would be symbolic and symbolic of something that we stand for, right? Something that represented us as Earpoise, people of the free world, right? Something that people could store in their mental filing cabinets when they see our dress culture, right? That these people are unified in their attire, their values, their standards, and their expectations. The people who dress like that, those people are raceless, and they reject the idea of being identified with people solely based on skin color, and instead they identify with people based on the character and the culture of those people, right? The Earpoise people, they prosper in whatever they put their hands to do, whether it be relationships, careers, education, or health, right? All those things, they prosper. The people who dress like that, they're orderly citizens and they respect the laws of the land. The people, they're insightful, right? They're insightful people who look for meanings beneath the surface, right? They are supportive of each other and supportive of their community, and they're community focused, right? They're ethical and they do not try to seduce other people's husbands and other people's wives, right? They don't steal, they don't scam, and they don't get involved in other types of unethical activities. These and many other types of ideas are what we want linked to Earpoise dress culture. So when people see others dressed in this type of attire, they will link them into the categories of their mind with these ideas, right? So this goes into building a new reputation. And so what we chose as the outer appearance to represent the Earpoise people of the free world is a simple classy look. We wear the white on the top half and the black on the bottom half, right? Which is the hidden part that you never get to see when you watch these videos. But it's there, believe me, right? And at the very top right here, this is where we have the white crown, right? Which comes in a few different styles. We also have the white shirt that also comes in a variety of different styles. And what I do is I just go out and I buy a bunch of shirts that I like and I keep it simple, right? It's so simple that I hardly have to waste any time thinking about what I want to wear, right? Which is one of the benefits of wearing the same scheme of attire. And then as we go down to the bottom half, this is where we have the black pants and the black shorts, right? And I do the same thing with these. I just buy a bunch of the same ones that I like and I wear those, right? And I keep it very simple. But understand that there's still room for the design to evolve, and it will evolve over time as we attract the right people who also know how to design clothes specifically for the Earpoise people, right? And I will most definitely be buying from there instead of other places, right? And so with all the rest of the Earpoise people, because that's the expectation, right? Just like a quality product is the expectation as well, right? And so from here we have the shoes, the black shoes that complete the attire. And these range from sandals all the way up to dress shoes and many options in between, depending on the occasion, right? And like I said, the style will evolve over time, right? As we get the right people on board, right? And someone who has the talent to lead the people in that area, right? And there's also one other addition that I know is going to be made in the future, that it's some sort of like gold attachment that's going to go around the shoulder parts, right? This is what I'm thinking. And but before we do that, I want to work with an Earpoise designer, right, before we get this added. And the reason that this is necessary is because we're going to have people who have professions that have their own dress attire, right? Like doctors, police officers, nurses, electricians, Target workers, right? And so forth, right? And so this piece, it can be easily worn on the top of these uniforms, and it can still be recognizable by any other person. So I can see that person and know that's one of my people right there, right? And it serves a similar purpose as like the yarmulke does for the Orthodox Jew. As soon as a person recognizes that yarmulke on top of their head, they ping them as a Jew, right? So the gold color attachment around the shoulders, that's intended to serve in the same capacity. Now, one last understanding that I will give out on the white and black color scheme is that they are worn in equal proportions, right? And this is to symbolically represent a balancing of the opposites and a balancing of the extremes, which find expression through the avenues of thoughts, emotions, and actions. And the one who does the balancing is the one who wears the Urpoist cultural attire. And so I want to thank you, Snack Crumbs, for the question that you asked. And hopefully I've been able to answer it in some way that's satisfactory. And anyone else who has questions, make sure to leave them down below. And I want to thank everyone for watching until the end. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world. There are almost 50 million people who self-identify as black in America, and 91% of them cannot be saved. And what do I mean by saved? Saved from what? Now, people have different ideas as to what it means to be saved and what people need to be saved from, right? So to some people, it means being saved from the hands of the white man, right? And to other people, it may mean being saved from a deity called the devil or Satan, right? And so each one of those are fine, right? For the people who choose to take that approach and to deal with it in that manner. But I'm not talking about either one of those. What I'm talking about is being saved from a number of inherited ideas, beliefs, and habits that are preventing people from making positive progression in their lives, right? And so in other words, people need to be saved from their own selves. And so one of the most destructive ideas that a person needs to be saved from is with the identification of this name black, right? And believing yourself to be a black person, because you have to understand that labeling people who clearly have brown skin as black was one of the greatest destructive psychological strategies that was used by the European colonizers. And so you may ask, what is so destructive about being called black? The answer is that it's a color that is a symbolic representation of all things that are evil and bad in Western thought. So when you accept the identity of black, then those related ideas, they also influence the way other people view you, and more importantly, the way that you view yourself. And so names matter for that very reason. And the meaning of names matter, especially when considering the psychological effect that a name creates. And so colonizers, they are masters of using names as psychological tools to dominate other people, right? That's why whenever they go to places, they rename the cities, they rename the streets, and they rename the people if they get the opportunity to do so. And in the case with the slaves in America, they had that opportunity to do just that, right? They wiped away all the perfectly fine tribal identities that those people had for themselves, and then they gave them the perfectly suitable slave identity of black, right? Which is one of the worst words that you can be called in the English language. But most people don't understand that. But they succeeded in getting them to accept that as a slave name, right? And they have done so good of a job that not many people today have even dared to challenge it. And more importantly, most people today who consider themselves black, they don't even care enough to even consider it, right? That's the wild part about it, which brings us back all the way around to the point that's being made on why it's impossible to save all black people today. And one of the most important lessons that I've learned in life is that all humans don't have the same desires and goals. And this is one thing that really got me to really understand different aspects of life. One thing that matters a great deal to one person could matter very little to the next person, right? And so most blacks, no matter how much history is brought out, No matter how much information is brought out about the name of black and how they inherited it, they could care less about it, right? It doesn't matter to them, and it's not important enough to for them to consider it. And in fact, I've had people on the channel express this very same sentiment, right? They'll understand exactly the points that I'm making, the history that's being brought out, the psychological effects, and they'll still say they don't care, they're still a black person, right? And I have no problem with this at all, not one bit. Whoever wants to continue being a black person, continue being a black person, right? I think that's perfectly fine for people to make that choice. And I actually think that it's good for people to be honest and upfront about it, because it makes it much easier to distinguish between the 9% who can be saved and the 91% of the blacks who have no chance of being saved today. And so, like I said, the name black, that was forced upon people by the European colonizers, right? For the purpose of doing exactly what colonizers do. And that's colonizing the land and also colonizing the mind, right? And they did a remarkable job at doing this, right? And if you want to know how good of a job they did, just go to the nearest person who identifies themselves as black and then ask that person, why do you identify yourself as black? Why do you call yourself a black person? And then watch what they say. Most of them won't have a clue why they do it, right? And they'll say that they don't know, or they'll say this is just how they grew up. And then you'll understand that most people haven't thought about this in the least bit, right? They've just accepted it. And the colonizers, they knew that this would be the case and the outcome, right? Because they were that good. And that's what you have to understand. And one thing that we have to remember is that one of the objectives for the slave owners in America was to create a group of permanent slaves, right? A permanent class of slave people. So the psychology behind doing this was to get the slaves and the rest of the society to believe that the slaves were less than human. And they accomplished this to a significant degree, right? And I think we all understand this history to some degree, right? And so every person on earth, they have the potential to be self-hating, right? But the slave owners, what they did was they intentionally created an environment to squeeze out this expression of self-hate, right? And to make self-hate a normal part of black consciousness, which is going into that, creating a people that's subhuman. And so how this was to look was when the enslaved blacks saw others or saw themselves, the unconscious automatic response to that sight was to be disgrace, anger, and disgust. And so the white slave masters, along with the white philosophers, the white scientists, the white religious leaders, and so forth, they did a great job with accomplishing this, right? A phenomenal job, if you ask me. And so over the years, this self-hate has been passed on generation to generation to generation. And what it does is it takes on various forms in the ever-changing society. And so one of the forms of self-hate is expressed in the pressing and perming of the hair. And we've talked about this before, and we're going to continue talking about it, right? Because it's that serious. And so many women, they'll give all sorts of reasons as to why they do this. But the root reason, right, the root that's underneath all the other reasons is self-hate, right? And the desire to look like something that they're not. And to me, this has always been strange growing up, right? This is one thing that I've never seen my mother do to her own hair, right? Even back in the 80s, when she was in the Marine Corps, she wore a short, compact, natural hairstyle, right? And whenever she grew it out, she would always keep it in twist, right? But she never permed it or pressed it. And her mom, my grandmother, she was like that too, right? As far as I can remember. And so what I do is I encourage women who are listening, right, to wear their natural hair, which to me is a symbolic representation of someone who has a certain level of respect for themselves in today's society, right? And it signals that the woman is comfortable in her own skin, which is respectable. And on top of that, it also paints a positive image for the next generation of girls who have that same type of hair, right? We understand that. And so that's how you can start transitioning away from the black mindset that was inherited. Now understand this. even with the positive image for the youth that this will give and the higher self-respect that natural hair expresses on a woman, there are still a large group of black women that could care less about this, right? They are going to continue straightening their hair and putting as much perm as necessary because that's what makes them feel good about themselves, right? That's their dominant desire, and they can care less about anything that has to do with creating a positive self-image for the youth and the next generation. They care more about creating a hot girl image for going to the club, right? And understand they have every right to do so, right? We're not taking that away. But as a result, they can't be saved. And a lot of them, they'll be the main ones talking about fighting against white supremacy, but they're also the main ones that are upholding white beauty standards, right? And so I'm trying to figure out, how does this make sense to anybody? How, right? I can't understand it, but maybe some people can. But this is part of the self-hate, and only a few have a desire to escape from these grips. Now, how does self-hate find expression in the black males? Have you ever walked past a black man and then he stares at you with this menacing look? If so, that's the manifestation of self-hate. If you look anything similar to him, the reason why he's looking at you that way is because he sees a similar version of himself right in front of his eyes. And since he already hates himself, he feels obligated to hate you too, right? And in these circumstances, you have to be very careful on how you respond, because he's looking for any reason to start problems, right? Any reason. And a lot of the times, these types of people don't have anything to lose, which is why gangs are so appealing to a lot of the black youth, right? It's an opportunity to project that hate that they have for themselves upon other people, right? And on top of that, they get recognition for doing that, right, from their gangs. And so they become accustomed to living in the world that they're comfortable in, right? And many of them, they have no desire to change anything about their lives, right? Because they've already chosen the life that they want to live. Understand, people have different desires in their own independent life, and you can't save all of them. You may be able to save a few that come from that world, right? The ones who desire to change, but the ones who really love that lifestyle, there's no chance of them being saved today, right? Now, another area where self-hate along with degeneracy is promoted is in the music produced in the minds of certain black people, right? Now, have you ever witnessed any people produce so much content promoting their own destruction, right? How many songs are created describing the killing and the robbing of an N-word, right? Or sleeping with someone's wife. That type of degenerate, self-destructing, self-defeating type of ideas being pushed out into the world. Now, one thing that I have to admit is that when I was younger, I used to rap too, right? And I used to talk about a lot of this foolishness as well. But I eventually climbed out of that pit and I stopped making and listening to that type of music, right? Altogether, right? I don't have any desire to plant those types of seed in my mind, right? And so the question is it possible to stop each or even just the majority of all the people from making that type of music, right? And putting that out into the world? The answer is no, right? Because there's too much money out there to be made, and there's no shortage of black people who are willing to do just about anything to make money, right? And what about getting the majority of blacks to stop listening and supporting that type of music? How realistic do you really think that is, right? It's not very realistic, which goes back to the point on why it's impossible to save most black people today. Most blacks have gone way too deep down the path of the pit. But understand, there's still some who have a chance to climb out, which is who these videos are made for. And so now, I want you to listen up closely, because this next path coming out of the pit is by far the most difficult to escape. If you thought the black identity, the self-hate of straightening of the hair, the violence, and the degenerate music were difficult to overcome, then I'm here to tell you that they pale in comparison with this next one. And this next one is organized religion, right? And more specifically, the simplistic Western version of religion, right? The one that was passed on to the slaves, right? There was a reason that this version was given to the slaves, and that's because it yields very little power and possibility to empower people, right? It didn't do it back then, and it still doesn't do it today, which is why blacks in America, they believe in more Jesus than anyone else. They attend churches more than anyone else, but they're doing worse than everyone else. You have to think about that, right? How does that make sense one bit? If Christianity, as practiced by blacks, right, is supposed to be the truth and is supposed to be that which comes from God, how is it that the most dangerous neighborhoods, the people who have the highest rate of criminal activity, the people who have the highest ratio of imprisonment, the people who statistically have the worst health in the country, the people who have the highest number of single parent households, the people who are at the bottom of society in America are the people who have more Jesus than everyone else in America. Now, how is this possible, right? Something isn't adding up, right? The 1 + 1 is not equaling the 2. It's equaling something else. But the reality may be too hard to accept for many people, right? Because it's only meant for the few. And the reality is, Jesus and religion, as understood by most blacks in America today, it's not what they think it is. It's not what they think it is. And that's why it has not fixed any of these major problems that black people experience in America, right? And if it's not fixing those problems, then it's really a waste of time, right? That's the reality. And blacks, what they're doing is they're going around and around on the hamster wheel, right? Repeating the same cycles that have continuously shown to not work. And this should be obvious to any critically thinking person, right? That the reason that the European colonizers went around conquering people and immediately indoctrinating them with their version of religion is because they understood that that version that they were giving people didn't have hardly any power. It didn't have hardly any power at all, right? I mean, you just have to think the slightest bit about it. But how much power is really in a doctrine that says wait on the Lord Jesus to return for your life to improve, or wait until you die until you receive a reward in heaven, right? That is not going to give much power in anyone who receives that. And so the people who were indoctrinating people with these religious ideas, they didn't believe in this themselves, right? Because they weren't waiting for any Jesus or for any afterlife to happen before they improved their lives, right? But they were selling these ideas to everyone else. Because if it did work and if it had real power, the colonizers and the enslavers, they would have never taught that to the people that they were enslaving. Think about that, the simple logic behind that. And as obvious as this is, most blacks today are too far trapped in this pit to see the light, right? And that's why they were going to continue to repeat these cycles. Those people can't be saved. And so the religious pit is too deep and it takes too much energy and mental effort for them to climb out of it. So they're going to choose to remain in it. And so that's the deal with religion and the pit that people have fallen into. Now, the next pit that most blacks are not going to climb out of today is materialism. And materialism is placing a higher value on material possessions and physical objects than the inner qualities and inner character traits of a person, right? Most blacks are too concerned about the clothes that they buy rather than the qualities that they develop in the inner person, right? They're more concerned about the makeup that they wear on the outside than what makes them up in the inside. And all of this is just an attempt to escape from the inner work that still has to be done, right? And when people wonder why they end up in the same miserable relationships and why it is that they keep attracting the same type of woman and the same type of man, that's life communicating with you that there's still some inner work that needs to be done. That's the cosmic correction, or the cosmic butt whooping, or the cosmic spanking, right? Communicating with you in the way that it communicates with the person that it's trying to talk to. And so the question is, who's going to be the one that does the inner work, right? Who's going to be the one to turn the caterpillar of black consciousness into the butterfly of a new consciousness? And so that's the question. And the answer is all have the ability to do so. But the reality is The majority will not, right? Because they don't want to do so, which is why it's impossible to save most black people today. Now understand, from my personal estimate, there are only about 9% of blacks in America that are ready to move on to the next phase, right? The actual number could be higher or it could be lower, right? But the point that I'm making is that most are not ready, right? Most are not ready. But the few that are, those are the people who have been curious and consciously questioning their inherited beliefs and the inherited ideas and their inherited habits that have not been working for them. And they have been genuinely seeking answers and solutions. And so one thing that has to be understood is that to fix these problems and to save yourself, you have to be willing to do things that may initially be uncomfortable doing, right? You have to make the decision to face the unknown, right? So you can be a conscious participant in the shaping of your own life. The rest of the people, what's going to happen to them is they're going to be unconsciously moved all about, right, by the environment, and their lives are going to continue to be at the mercy of the external circumstances that they face. The external things, right? They're not going to have any control of it. The slaves were the same way, right? They didn't have any choice as to how they ended up, right? With the types of ideas, beliefs, the habits, the culture, and the character traits that they developed, right? Not much choice in how they developed that. These were all strategically forced upon them, right? And what they developed during that time, it set their descendants up down on a path that was full of problems in the future, right? And what we have to recognize for today is that nobody is going to force anyone to do any climbing out of the pit that people had fallen into in the past times. The people living today, what has to happen is they have to freely choose to climb out of the pit from their own will and volition. And so that's one of the differences between the 91% who are going to stay enslaved and the 9% of people who are going to climb out and become free. And so I want you to really think about that, right? And so hopefully this video here has been helpful and giving you some light to help you climb just one more rung up the ladder to get out of the pit. And so I want to genuinely thank you for watching all the way into the end. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world. Wealth, Poverty, and Politics. This is the book that we're going to be commentating on in this series. And this book is written by one of the great minds of recent history, economist Dr. Thomas Sowell, PhD, Harvard University. Now, this book here is a great book because it forces you to look at things from a different perspective. And in many cases, from an unpopular perspective or a perspective that many people tend to avoid. Now, the material in this book is like a breath of fresh air for many people who are looking for a narrative which is more closely aligned with what the actual facts are regarding the production of wealth, the circumstances of poverty, and the politics that play a role in both of those. And so the material in this book is both thought-provoking and also liberating when it's properly applied. So let's go in here into chapter 1 when we get in here. And the first, some of the first concepts that we're introduced to when we go into this book are the ideas of inequality. And the common assumption is that inequality needs to be explained. And so people have the misconception that humans began in a state of equality and somehow afterwards had fallen into a state of inequality, which reasons need to be discovered so this condition of inequality can be explained. And so what Dr. Thomas Sowell is saying in here is, hold on, that's not the case. There's more to it. So let's find out a little bit more to this. Here we go.
There is nothing automatic about prosperity. Standards of living that we take for granted today have been achieved only within a very minute fraction of the history of the human race and are by no means the norm amongst most of the people in the world today. Standards of living far below what we would consider to be poverty have been the norm for untold thousands of years. It is not the origins of poverty which need to be explained, since the human species began in poverty. What requires explaining are the things that created and sustained higher standards of living.
So what's powerful about this excerpt right here is that it changes your line of questioning and it forces you to look into different directions to find answers. And so what Dr. Thomas Sowell is saying is we should not be looking to ask questions about how humans became poor, right? Because humans started out in a state of poverty, and that has been the norm for thousands of years. But rather, we should look in a different direction and ask questions about how did people rise above those levels of poverty to create wealth and the higher standards of living that certain parts of the world experience today. And so let's be reminded that these higher standards of living are recent developments. Modern humans have been around for at least 200,000 years, and it has taken many thousands of years to accumulate enough knowledge in order to unlock the levels of comfort that certain people experience in the world today. So we have to keep that in mind. And so Dr. Thomas Sowell notes in here that in the early 1900s, only 10% of the population had flushable toilets, and only 3% of the population had electricity, right? And we're talking about just over 100 years ago. And so coming up to today's time, where you have in the United States of America, at least, the poorest areas in the country, just about everybody has electricity and everyone has flushable toilets. And people have a lot more commodities as well, refrigerators, cars, like these are common things for today, right? Even in the poorest areas. But many people take it for granted that this is something that is not shared worldwide, that there's many areas throughout the world that still do not have running water, still do not have flushable toilets, and for sure do not have electricity, right? And so the question is, why is that, right? Why is it that America is able to have these higher standards of living? What did America do in order to create this type of wealth and these standards of living for herself? Now, when pondering upon this question, one thing we can come to understand is that being the first doesn't mean that you're going to be the most prosperous. And for example, we can see that America is one of the last formed nations, and then it eventually became one of the most prosperous nations, or if not the most prosperous nation in the world. And then you also have examples of people who started much earlier than America and other prominent civilizations, like the Greeks, who had math, they had literacy, they had philosophy, they had all these things during a time when the British would have been considered an impoverished people. And you also have nations like the Chinese, the East Indians. You also have the Egyptians. They all had civilizations thriving at a time when the British would have been looked at as what they would have called other people savages.
The Chinese were for centuries more advanced than any of the Europeans, including among their discoveries and inventions the compass, printing, paper, rudders, and the porcelain plates that the West called Chinaware, or simply China. Cast iron was produced in China 1,000 years before it was produced in Europe. A Chinese admiral made a voyage of discovery longer than Columbus' voyage, generations before Columbus' voyage, and in ships larger and more advanced than Columbus' ships.
So we can see that the Chinese were much more advanced than any of the European nations for many, many centuries in certain areas of development. And also were the East Indians, the Mesopotamians, the Egyptians. They all had civilizations many, many centuries before the British did. But what happened is that eventually the roles reversed. And so when you get into the 1700s and the 1800s, you then now have Britain leading the world into the Industrial Revolution. And according to Dr. Thomas Sowell, Britain was responsible for 40% of the major inventions, right? Thus coming from this lowly people and making their way up to this worldwide recognized force. And so how did they do this, right? How do groups come from these low levels of status and these low levels of development and rise up to the top and create civilizations and create these great things, right? That's what we want to know. And so some of the earlier civilizations, the development of agriculture is what played a major role in their developing of civilization and prosperity. And so this is what Dr. Thomas Sowell says.
Agriculture, the most life-changing advance in the evolution of human societies, came to Europe from the Middle East in ancient times. Agriculture made cities possible, while hunter-gatherers required far too much land to provide themselves with food for them to settle permanently in such compact and densely populated communities. Moreover, for centuries, cities around the world produced a disproportionate share of all the advances in the arts, sciences, and technologies compared to the achievements of a similar number of people scattered in the hinterlands. Because Greeks were located nearer to the Middle East than the peoples of Northern Europe or Western Europe, agriculture spread to the Greeks earlier, and they could become urbanized earlier. by centuries and advance in many ways far beyond those peoples elsewhere who had not yet received the many benefits made possible by urban living.
So being able to produce food repeatedly within a given boundary is one of the major ingredients that made it possible for the development of civilization. So when you have agriculture, what it does is it allows you to take large groups of people and settle them in these smaller areas. Now, how does the development of agriculture contribute to the development of civilization? Well, when you have people who are specializing in animal and crop development, what it does is it allows other people to move outside of that industry and develop other expertise and skills and knowledge in other areas. Whereas it's much more difficult to do that when you have people who are hunter-gatherers and they're out always roaming around, spending most of their mental and physical resources on the hunt for food and other basic necessities as well. And so these settled communities, which are made possible by specializing in agriculture and being able to produce food in a certain boundary, allows communities to settle, and it allows these groups of people to develop different types of ideas and then share them amongst each other. And then they can use those ideas and implement them to further advance the society that they're in. And so over time, what you eventually get is a condensed population in a settled area, which then becomes a society established by laws, customs, and it has a variety of occupations. But the important thing to remember is that this is only possible by the industry of agriculture. And so agriculture developed in the Levant region, which is where you have some of the earlier civilizations, such as Egypt and Mesopotamia, thriving. And so you have Greece, who are nearby neighbors. They're coming over there. They're seeing some of these civilizations and their practices, and they're taking some of these ideas, borrowing some of these ideas, such as agriculture, and then they're bringing them back to their land, right, to help them jumpstart their civilization. But one of the things that Dr. Thomas Sowell stresses heavily within this book is that just because you have civilizations like Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Greeks, or anyone else situated in a particular geographic location, it does not mean that they're predestined to do the things that they did or the things that they do. And that in fact, the geographic location is just one out of many contributing factors that influence the success or failure of people and nations. And so what are these contributing factors? Well, economists call them human capital, intangible resources. We're talking about things like culture, skills, knowledge, wisdom, right? Beliefs, desires, these types of intangible things, right? And so when you have human capital present in the right proportion, and also linked with that, you have the proper geographic location, then you have the possibility of developing civilization in the way that they did in the past. And so you have the Egyptians and the Mesopotamians located in the proper geographic location, right? The land is fertile, very fitting for the development of agriculture, but they also needed the human capital. They also needed the knowledge and the skills in order to develop the agricultural practice. They needed the belief that they can actually do it. And on top of that, they needed the desire to actually want to do it, right? And so without any of these human capital ingredients present in the proper degree, it doesn't matter how fertile the ground was. It could have been fertile to the infinite degree. It would have been of no use. And so the point is that just because someone is located in a specific geographic location, it doesn't mean that they're going to do anything. Being in a geographic location just means that you're either open or limited to the possibilities that that geographic location provides. And so different geographic locations have different influences on different people. So for example, you have people who settle in the mountain areas. Often these people lag behind in technology, and also they are more impoverished than people who settle on the plains.
Mountains are just one geographic feature, and geography is just one influence on human development. But whether considering geography or culture, isolation is a recurring factor in poverty and backwardness around the world, whether that is physical isolation or cultural isolation.
Now, this is a very important part for us to understand. When people are physically isolated, what it doesn't allow them to do is to observe and to be influenced by the creativity and the innovation of other people. And so what we'll learn later on down in the series is how the isolation of the West Africans contributed immensely to them being vulnerable to the attacks of outside people. And so when we're dealing with cultural isolation, this can be contributed and tied to physical isolation, but not necessarily. You can have cultural isolation without having physical isolation. So for example, you may have groups that are in the presence of other groups who have cultural practices that allow them to succeed within a given society. And because these groups may be unreceptive to those cultural practices, they are culturally isolated, right? And these could have negative impacts for people who have cultural practices that don't allow them to advance within a certain society. And on the other hand, you can have cultural isolation that also does have physical isolation tied to it. And later on in the series, we'll go into the account of how the Chinese culturally isolated themselves, and in doing so, they paid a heavy price for it. A price in which resulted in what Dr. Thomas Sowell called a role reversal between the Chinese and the Europeans, where at one time the Chinese were much further ahead, but because they culturally isolated themselves, they fell behind and the Europeans moved ahead. Uh-oh, here we go. And so the culture in which people participate in largely influences their likelihood of failing or the likelihood of succeeding. So for example, you can have people living in the richest nation that has ever existed, but if you have cultural practices and a mindset that does not allow people to see or take advantages of the opportunities, then the likelihood of success is very slim. And on the other hand, culture and mindset could take nations like 18th century Scotland and 19th century Japan from being underdeveloped nations to nations of high achievements as described by Dr. Thomas Sowell. So we have geographic location, human capital, culture, politics. That's another thing that he describes in this book. I would also include genetics, which I believe to have some influence, and a whole host of other factors, which when they come together in the right proportion, provide the recipe on how wealth is produced by some and not by others. And so Dr. Thomas Sowell ends the chapter by reminding the readers that these in themselves do not determine whether people will produce wealth or not, but that these are just influences, right? And that these concepts are fundamentally different. And so this is the end of chapter 1 commentary on the book Wealth, Poverty, and Politics by Dr. Thomas Sowell. Stay tuned for part 2 because we're going to be going more in depth into the geographic influences and how they have impacted people throughout history. So I want to thank you for watching until the end. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael.